Hello everybody, welcome back to Wappelville. Welcome back to our Valkyries. Should be the last couple of Valkyries here. And this is another special character right here. I actually was thinking at the last minute I'm going to do a blue glowing weapon here just for funsies. Remember we were talking about doing these maybe as like some kind of ice weapons or something. I think maybe we'll have, since it is again a special character and ice is one of their things, being the Nords. I think we're gonna roll with that because with where this spear is positioned and everything, I think it could make all this stuff actually look a lot more interesting, don't you, Ryan? So thanks for doing all that extra work, Ryan. Really appreciate that. We're gonna be rocking the Sever's Blue again tonight. So great to see you there, Ryan. Sorry that it's later. I'll send you some pictures of all the bins that were. Yeah, so many bins today that were secured for terrain pieces and everything else. Hey there, Armored Wolf. Well, Armored Wolf, I'm glad at least that I guess you're seeing the light at the end of the terrain tunnel there, so to speak, with the all the Tyranid stuff. And of course, Ryan, later on, right? You want to share anything in the chat? Just wait till there's enough eyeballs here. I still haven't even had chance to take those last. I think it was there's the brown color chart set. I'm just trying to think, Ryan, what else I have to do color chart wise as far as the photos. And I think it's that. And then there's these specialty ones, Ryan. That's like the best way I can describe it. They're uh, really, really specific special charts that don't really fall into any category. There's one that was from a skin tone video, and I think that kind of merits its own, which is its own little category right there. So that's one of the last things we'll have to try and take care of there is the basically the specialty charts. Here, let me just do this here. Then we'll start to get some of just, I think we'll just maybe almost go straight to fast mat. We might just be doing that. Hey there, Dark Horse. My Dark Horse, that sounds excessively painful right there. I know there was when I was doing the construction thing, there was somebody that well, didn't quite handle a nail gun the way he wanted to, and he ended up nailing his hand to the floor. That sounds a little bit similar right there. So sorry about that, Dark Horse. Well, here's hoping that you recover from that quickly enough. All right, where did that go? Here it is. Okay, well, that is no longer attached, so we're going to have to try and glue that thing back on somehow here. So just one second here while we do repairs. And it's funny because this is the weighted thing. This was not supposed to fall over, but there's just so much stuff here that it just kind of had nowhere else to go. So give me, again, a second to get this baby on here. Because this is where we're going to be, whatchamacallit, doing the object source setting. So we're just, you know what, how's about we just move that off the desk for right now. So that's, sorry about that, Dark Horse. Again, that sounds quite painful there for sure. And here's hoping that you'll be able to get painting again very soon. So yeah, that other one's just going to have to go off to the side for right now. We'll just be doing this. And again, this is the last one, and we'll do it same way we did this one right here. Oh, actually, no, that's a different crown. Oh, it's this one. There we go. So I think we'll do it the way we did this one right here. Yeah. Let's just keep going with this here. So among other things, lots and lots of bins brought in today, which will mostly be for all those terrain pieces that are being printed up now. These, I have to say, these are smaller bins. These aren't the mega bins. I mean, they're pretty big. They're not quite as big as the other ones that I've been using for terrains, but I think we have enough small terrain pieces. Also, other bits of equipment can go in there. I might even stack up the containers of basing bits in the bins. Maybe make it a little bit easier. So there's well, in my vast amount of free time, we will try to do another one of those organization parties. Yeah, yeah. Dark Horse. I would say that's got it's a bit of a reminder, saying that hey, well, at least you know your nerve endings are alive, right, Dark Horse? If it hurts that much, you're like, oh, I still have nerve endings here. I guess if you couldn't feel anything, maybe that's when you do get just a teensy bit worried. Hey there, Otto. Nice to see you. I know it's been a little while. Now, Otto, did you try doing some of the color charts at all? And ironically enough, this is the color we will be using. This the Severus blue here. So I don't know if you've tried doing the color charts. And I get where did you have a chance to do any color test figures, or not color test? Well, there's color test figures too. I mean, we always kind of highly recommend that. All right. Well, we can at least hit some of this other stuff here. I think that's mostly secure. I'm just going to hit the non-object sourcelet areas here, like this. So it's again, I know it's a challenge. I know it's going to be very, very, very challenging, but definitely, well, like we always say, you want to be patient with yourself. Ryan, I don't know if you wanted to share your stuff in the chat, but I mean, there's at least a few more folks in the chat if you wanted to post anything there. All right, where is... I'm going to use one of these right here. Well, yeah, again, we just brush on, and all we're using is Steiner res, no spray cans. If you want to do oil paints, the last thing you want to be using is any kind of spray primer. As in, just avoid that completely because nobody has had good results with that. And by nobody, I mean like less than 0 people. Everybody, please check out the Instagram link that Ryan just shared. Essentially, a couple things happen. The oils either bounce off of it or the primer just comes off. It just sloughs right off. So yeah, definitely don't want to be using the. Well, we stopped using the spray cans probably now almost 20 years ago because we ended up wasting so much money. Because huge surprise, there's a lot of areas the spray wasn't getting, and we'd have to take a brush to it. We sprayed more onto the cardboard box, the sidewalk, or whatever instead of on the miniature. So at that point, we said, well, you know what? Maybe instead of just spending all this money to prime the box and the sidewalk, maybe we just want to prime miniatures instead. And that's when we just started to use brush on primer. And that has served us in very good stead for sure. So yeah, Otto, that will cause a wee bit of a struggle. The spray cans, there for sure, no doubt about that. Now here I got to be careful. Let me see. Let me see if I can maybe do a little bit of a cheaty thing here and try to. Well, okay, that's mostly good to go there, I think. How much further down should this go here? go with a little bit lighter. We're gonna have to. No, we're gonna have to clean this thing out. I forgot that we actually did hit part of this with the lighter gray. So paper towel again, like so. So everybody, please check out that link that Ryan just shared. Some fabulous oil-painted miniatures. And Ryan, about how many weeks would you say it was before you just kind of said, okay, I think this is where we need to be with the oil paints, where things like the well, and of course, I don't know, Ryan. This is an interesting question. Looking back, if you had started pre-glaze and then gone to our this method, do you think the development would have to happen faster? Actually, same question there, Grand Oracle. Thank you so much. Since you guys are now ancient shellbacks with the oils, I mean, what would you say is better for the polywogs? Would you say, Ryan, that the darker primer might be an easier start for the polywogs? So we're going to be doing post glaze here. So yeah, we're doing the darker primer thing, and then we'll be hitting these with those somewhat darker glazes next. Let me make sure we didn't actually just snag some of the super glue with that. I don't think so. Yeah, Ryan. Well, like you're saying there, it's if you try both of them, then you're gonna really get a better sampling because I mean each one does have its advantages. There's obviously been several army painting series where I went ahead with the regular pre-glaze or like all of our core series of Umbar. We did regular pre-glaze on that because it actually made it easier. All right, you know what we're going to do? What we're going to do is first get all of these guys or ladies out of the way here. And now well, speaking of those darker glazy things, maybe we're going to do that here. Prussian blue for the most part here. No, that's not where that should be. This is what we're going to use here. This is what we're going to use. So the Prussian blue. This is where the stream gets absolutely fascinating, right, Dark Horse? Mix and paint with the thinner. Does it get any better than this? Mix and paint with the thinner. This is gonna be appointment viewing right here as we do this. And okay, there we go. So Grand Oracle, actually, how do things look for this weekend? Obviously here, well, I won't be doing the Saturday stream. Won't be able to do the Saturday stream, but hopefully, well, I don't think, we won't be able to do the Sunday makeup. Well, we won't be able to do a substitute Saturday because there's supposed to be that, what is that? Oh, the Council of Miniature Painters. That's right. That is on the 29th. So, all right. Let me get this down over here. Paper towel again. Put you over there. And here's where we're going to start to establish that dark in between our two zones in a very pinline washy fashion right there. Hey there, Mini Marvels. Nice to see you again. So, Mini Marvels, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Let's not have that pointing there. Let's have it pointing where it's supposed to be. So, nice to see you again there, Mini Marvels. Hope that you're doing well. Again, I'm just going to let that roll where it's going to roll. Gotta let it do its thing. Okay. All the way down there. Over here. Going to need that up here. Let me see. Okay. Wilderness survival. Wilderness survival. Well, hopefully you don't have the tornadoes that we had when we were doing our wilderness survival, and they had to get us out of our leaf and wood shelters. Yeah, that put the survival in wilderness survival right there. So hopefully they have a little bit of an easier time than that. A little less mischief than a tornado. Okay, so I think that is starting to get some stuff working here. There we go. Maybe the other side with some of this, maybe a little more. Now, let me also do this paper towel thing again over here. Like so. Grand Oracle, yeah, it's well, it's kind of, what would you say? It's like the way they should work. Maybe that's that. Look at this. Look at that. Look at how that has literally wrapped itself around. That is pretty nifty, wouldn't you say? Now what we're going to do is use this. Now we got to get ourselves a bit of the phthalo green working as. And more of that Prussian blue here, and that's going to go onto the shield and some parts of the clothes like we've done on all the other ones. Grand Oracle, well, let's see, Armored Wolf has a lot of them. The Armored Wolf might actually rival you for the earthquakes. We do have earthquakes here. I think it has been at least 12 to 15 years since we last had an earthquake we would feel here. Hey there, Blades. So Blades, I hope that the new hair color is still fun. And I was just telling folks about the Council of Miniature Painters Sunday. That generally starts 6 o'clock Central, right? On Monster Den stream. So I hope that, things have gotten a little bit easier up there for all the things that we've talked about. As in significantly easier. Because they were significantly difficult. So hopefully that's started to trend towards the positive side there for you. I'm just going to let those both be our blue here. And now we're going to do this as, so again, just kind of doing the glazy approach here. So again, and everybody please check out that link that Ryan shared. And of course, Blades, if you want to share any links in the chat, please go ahead and do that. And of course, Blades, great to see you as always. Hey there, Valfera. Nice to see you. Boy, Blades, did that just happen? Wait, so 3 hours ago? So sorry about that, Blades. Well, here's everybody. Have best wishes for Blades there. Everybody say best wishes, and here's hoping that all that stuff clears up super, super, super quick. So yeah, it has definitely been a heck of a week there. So sorry about that. So where's our other one here? So again, you can look at this. It's already starting to set there just a bit. So great to see you again there, Valfira. Appreciate you being here. Oh, Valfira, I forgot to send you pictures. I used those new spices that Kathy's sister gave me on a pork tenderloin and the last few bits of potatoes in the air fryer. Holy smokies, that's some really good stuff. Because again, that's the spice that essentially smells like a campfire. And I've actually, I think my sister, I said, hey, smell this and tell me what it smells like. And she says, it smells like a campfire, like a really nice campfire smell. So yeah, imagine you're cooking with a campfire spice. Hey there, Paintwater Sommelier, how you doing? Everybody, please give Paintwater Sommelier a fun. Of course, Paintwater, if you want to share your Rohan stuff in the chat there, actually, Paintwater. I guess maybe the news has finally died down a little bit from all of the craziness, right? With all the new stuff. So yeah, this was and they're pretty snazzy spices, I have to say. They're definitely high level spices for sure. So again, Grand Oracle, all of these have been the dark primer. So I mean, you're basically seeing, right, the dark primer with the dry brushy stuff. So I hope that you're doing well there, Mini Marvels. So it's the same that kind of what was it, the dark the black mixed with, well, what is that, the basically the Terra Rosa or the Terracotta Steinorez primer. Now I've got unfortunately I did not get a chance to film my video yet, but this is, let me see if I can grab this here without destroying everything. This is going to be very difficult because it's really heavy. So I'm going to be doing, speaking of primer painting, that's what we're going to be doing on this thing right here. So this is the next video that I was going to try and film. So yeah, this is the classic stuff that we do all the time, right, Grand Oracle? The dark brown primer, then the lighter dry brush over it, and then and then do the well, like what we're doing right here, doing this stuff. Yeah, Velfira, that was a crazy one with the rats. That one was really different. I wasn't quite sure what in the world to expect on that one. Thank you so much, Michael. Appreciate that. I hope that you're doing well there, Michael. Thank you so much for doing that. And of course, Michael, if you want to post anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that, of course. So thanks for being here, Michael. Appreciate that. You know what? We're just gonna chunk that dark stuff down in there. So yeah, Grand Oracle. Now I have been. We'll see. What's that? Oh yeah, the Ebony Flesh primer, which I thought Badger was going to be sending a bunch of that this way, but it's now been like 2 weeks or so. So I think I might have to shoot him a reminder or something like that. So great to see you again there, Michael. And of course, again, Michael, you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. And Velfira, if you want to share your dragon in the chat or the new stuff. I know there was a new thing that you were trying to share. So Velfira, I'm glad that you're able to get some of those bins cleared out. I know that well, again, I was just talking about all this reorganization stuff, right? I got to do a similar thing here, lots of reorganization. So everybody, please check out that link. I almost said that Ryan just shared, that Michael just shared. Everybody go check that out. So here, just gonna, again, throw in some of this darker whatevers on here. Doesn't matter. There's a few parts that I would like to have hit with the gold, but other than that, I mean, it would just be something like the Indian yellow and the probably the violet, something like that. No, Veil Fear. I mean, I mean, you can. There's a lot of time. Well, these bins that I just inherited. Again, that was. It's one of those things where someone might say, "Well, why did you hang on to those?" Well, and then all of a sudden you'll never need them until you get rid of them. That I guess that's the thing I'm trying to spit out. Is as soon as you say, you know what, this is just taking up too much space. I'm not using it. I got to get rid of this. That is the exact moment, or well, soon afterwards, you'll say, "Oh man, I really could use those things." That is the way. That is the way. That is for sure how that goes. So again, that's some of the violet there, some of the Indian yellow. So Ryan, like we've talked about, and actually Grand Oracle, the other advantage of this is that folks don't need to be considering what is a staining color and what is not, because, and in effect, everything is a staining color now, because we're not trying to wipe anything away. And that's where the wouldn't you say, Ryan? That's the chief simplification right there. Is that you do not have to care about what or is or is not a staining color. Now, Valfira, I had a bunch of astronomy magazines that I really loved. The only reason I was thinking about keeping them is just because, well, you get a chance to, okay, in 1986, what was available and what did they think? You know, what was this in 1986 before they could view it with today's instruments? But if it was just for the pictures, well, there's this thing called Google, right? Which sort of makes that stuff redundant at best. And that's why I just said, okay, these just have to go. I felt really bad getting rid of them because I'd had them since I was a kid. Holy smokes, Michael. Well, oh, that's right, Michael. Yeah. Now, Michael, if you have an Etsy or if you got an eBay or something that you're doing to sell those things off, please go ahead and put the link in the chat. Now, Ryan, sorry that I haven't had a chance to make any more progress on that Squarespace thing. I even tried just the other day, and again, it was just like, holy smokes. And what's weird, Ryan, is that I can't get out of the template. I'm stuck in the stupid template. I can't get out of it just to start doing something from scratch, which is also annoying. That's the kind phrase for it. Annoying. That's the nice, polite phrase. What do we got here? The Terrosa. Find some of the Asphaltum too. Come on, a little more of that. So yeah, would have been, and I had some of the old artist magazines. I think maybe I did try to hang on to some of those because some of those also did have actually. Well, I did actually at one point in the artist magazine, I did have a tutorial in there. Yeah, Ryan, that doesn't surprise me. It really doesn't. I mean, these, right? These aren't exactly dark, are they? And yet the primer we're starting with is pretty dark. One of the things we can say, though, is that Severus Blue is very shiny. Severus Blue is definitely one of those colors that you gotta hit with the what is that stuff from Army Paint or the Anti-Shine. Yeah, you gotta hit it with that afterwards. So that is an interesting story because back in the day, my innovation was taking one of these video mixers and basically taking VHS tapes, making a still image, and then either first I made slides in, but what I did was then I started to use this mixer. I hooked it up to the computer, and then I was doing video captures, but just still images. Not I wasn't capturing video. I was just capturing still images like slides, because that's what I was doing. All of the I would take my video camera downtown or whatever and film, buildings or whatever the reference was. Then I would go back and play the VHS tape and then try to again take the some kind of still image from the tape. I'm just going to actually pre-rust that. There we go. All right. Now let's start to see what we can do on this thing here. Yeah, Velfair. I do believe that. What was it? Actually, and this was something I heard years ago. Not anything recently, but many years ago. That the calculators of the 1990s had more computing power than the computers that powered the spacecraft that landed on the moon. I mean, even the space shuttle, basically, your phone could have powered like all of mission control. that's that's how powerful your phone is now. Valfira, I know that there's what is it, a DVD to, no, a VHS to your computer, right? You can plug that in, right, and you can try and digitize videos. I don't know how much something like that is. I know there was basically like professional studio places that did that. I don't know if that's become a type of thing that's what you say retail pricing now, or if it's still too expensive for something like that. But Ryan, I think it's definitely safe to say that we can. There's a lot of things that we could do. Super well, object source lighting, Ryan. I would say that object source lighting is easier with this method than it is with the lighter primer. Wouldn't I mean? Because what do you got to do? You just have to basically dry brush the lighting on here, and it's kind of on here already. So yeah, I'm thinking that's the way to roll. Yeah, Michael. The one thing that I do remember, was I think it was from the original series or whatever. Those basically they used 3.5-inch floppy disks. I mean, they were literally 3.5 inches. If they weren't, they were pretty darn close to 3.5-inch floppy disks. Okay, again, so see, we're starting to feather this out now. Grand Oracle, that Venetian red. I mean, obviously, I like the Terra Rosa, but that Venetian red is pretty nice, wouldn't you say? And well, that nobody was more surprised than me, Grand Oracle, that I ended up utilizing Payne's Gray, right? Now, of course, I guess Grand Oracle, there's a huge caveat there because we're talking about Williamsburg Payne's Gray. Because actually, Grand Oracle, I'll try and shoot you the other color charts, and you would be very interested to see the old Winsor Newton Payne's Gray versus. I mean, it's like comparing some kind of dirty brownish violet color to basically indigo. I mean, it's that level of holy smokes. So that's getting even more intensified right there. And I guess for all of our viewers in Florida and Georgia and South Carolina and North Carolina, it was nice to know you. Um, because you ain't watching right now, because I do believe something like 1.2 million people in Florida have no power. And although there's been dozens and dozens of tornadoes in Georgia and South Carolina and North Carolina. So Valfair, I didn't know that they were that. Well, obviously, we had lots of 5 and were they 5 1/4 inch Valfair? So in the original series, if you look, they had these. They were basically blue and red and yellow, and they would just drop. They were basically like little blocks of wood, and they would just kind of drop them into the computer, and they would say, here, that's on this disc, which at the time was space age because we're talking punch cards, probably at best, when that series was going. And again, Blades. Hopefully things go. I guess. Is it one of those things where it's a hurry up and wait, and you just got to figure out what's going on, or is it one of those things where you know what's going on? Either way, not really the place you were wanting to be for sure, right? Here we need to. There we go. We need to get a little more of the blendy stuff going on here. That's another highly technical painting term there. So yeah, they were basically like little blocks. Who knows? They might have been actually just like children's blocks or something. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, Velfira. That's. I always keep thinking of Nessie. I think he abandoned the he abandoned the streams here too quickly. If he had just been a little bit more patient, we would have worked our way back around to the Payne's Gray. Actually, we used two Payne's Grays because we used the Payne's Gray Violet. So he would really really love it. Well, Valfira, you've heard me talk about my merit badge story, right? We're at that Eagle Scout Court of Honor. All the youngsters, they saw my computer science merit badge and they said, "What the heck is that?" And they didn't recognize what the magnetic tape was, much less punch cards. Needless to say, now it's a silicone chip, I do believe. I mean, Grand Oracle can confirm that, but I do believe that's what the computer science merit badge looks like now. I would be mighty surprised if it wasn't. Let me get some of that along here. I am so glad that I ended up doing this thing right here because I think that's going to be way more fun. I'm going to start working some of the lighter blue back. There's actually, where's that green stuff glue? You know that this seems to be acting an awful lot like the Beast Bond because well, this thing got snapped off literally at the start of the stream. Hey Blades, I was channeling my inner you. Yeah, I snapped off the spear here, knocking this thing over, which is funny because this is the weighted one. So yeah, Blades, I thought yeah, I thought you'd get a kick out of that. Yeah, it was vengeance. There you go, Blades. You finally got your revenge. Yes, you've just been, well, was it revenge is a dish best served cold? So yes, Blades was just waiting long enough to say, all right, I'm going to get revenge for that miniature drop. Thank you so much, Slime Central. Appreciate that. He's like, okay, so again, Maya here. Not, I want one of these things, man. So instead of this kitchen utensil and a glow stick, she's got like a big glowy pointy stick. I want one of those. Also, why is she twice my size? Thank you so much. All right, here we go. It's our first roll in quite some time. Well, it's not a great roll, but remember, that's what he's trying to avoid. Damn, Paintwater, you never know where those are hiding. I still have SideQuest drives. I think we talked about those, right? The SideQuest drives, the Jazz drives, and then what the heck was the other one? This was supposed to be the big one. Like the Jazz drives were I think they were an entire, what was it, 100 meg or something like that. I don't remember what like the so-called King Kong version was supposed to be. I don't remember at this point anymore. Oh yeah, sure, Michael. Sure, go ahead. Sorry, Michael. Sorry, I didn't see that. Go ahead and share the link there. So zip drive, that's it. Zip drive was the smaller one. Jazz drive was the bigger one, and the Jazz drive never worked. It never really worked. The zip drives, those were pretty solid, I have to say. Jazz drive, not so much. And then there we started using the USB external drives, which now I'm using. Each computer that I have is something like 4 8 terabyte ones attached to it now. It's insane. So everybody, please check out that link. Is a Kickstarter, yeah, Kickstarter link that Ryan just posted. Oh, and by the way, this is a Kickstarter. I printed out 2 of these. This is actually the small one. So I have one that is much bigger than this. And again, what I'm going to do with those is I'm going to do the primer painting, and we're going to do camo patterns with the primer painting. Mix in the primer, the Steino Res with what is that? With the inks, and then we're going to do the oils over that. Green Fairy, I think it's Thursday. I have no idea anymore. My sleep patterns are so massively disrupted that if you told me it was Monday, I would believe you, except that I'm not painting a ship. That is the only reason why I would say, I don't think it's Monday. Yeah, I was going to say, maybe you're right, but no, wait, I'm not painting a ship. And I have been trying to prep the next wave of ships. See what I did there? Yeah, that's not too shabby with no brain power. It was literally no brain power. Yeah, not so much. What are we doing down here? Okay, that's way too light to be using down there. So let's tone this down here a bit. So Green Fairy, let's see, what's it looking like for the weekend for you, as far as maybe getting some more of your painting in, or are you gonna maybe focus more on playing this time around? I know lately you've been able to kind of do a bit of both. Yeah, just keep in mind that I won't be doing the Saturday stream because we are supposed to be doing that neighborhood block party there, which again happened once 16 years ago, which we were away. We were up in Minnesota, of all places, at Kathy's parents' house. As we welcome in Rottweiler. How you doing there, Rott? Nice to see ya. Everybody, please give Rottweiler a follow. So Rattler, thank you so much for the raid, as always. And of course, Rattler, either you want to share something there in the chat, please go ahead and do that. We're painting some more of these Conquest, well, actually the last couple of Conquest Valkyries here. This is what we've been doing on all of the other ones. So we'll try and continue that on these right here. Hey there, Recoil. So Recoil, speaking of jinxes, holy smokes, Recoil, again, I'm still totally convinced that I just put the hex on your stream there. Everybody please give Rottweiler a follow and also give Recoil13 a follow. So Recoil, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. And Recoil, remember I was saying that I went to stream here, right? And there was no sound, and everything I'm looking at it's like this is how it's supposed to be. There's nothing I can change because this is how it's supposed to be. I couldn't even shut down, not even Control Delete, which shut down Twitch. I had to just restart the computer. So Recoil, did you ever get that stream working again? Because I think it was around 6:30 in the morning or so my time. So I did not get to see, and my apologies, I didn't get to see if you were able to get that thing back up and running again. So everybody please check out that Insta link there that Rico just posted. So Rottweiler, now it's not the gray bars of death, is it? Because, well, the only way I could solve that was to literally downgrade my magnifier light. Instead of the nice fancy, 100 and some odd dollar 5 times diopter, I had to go to the $39.99 Amazon special, which is always rock solid. It's just the darndest thing. So Rottweiler, now the one thing I have an advantage of obviously here, and this is using the Logitech cameras, I can do this, right? I mean, I can do whatever here and just do all kinds of, that's just one, I can take down the brightness here too. I can do all that stuff. I can mess with the contrast, right? All basically as we're looking. Now the other thing, I wish I could have one of these out here for you, but all of I have a ton of these. Instead of one giant light, I have a bunch of small ones. And of course, well, you can, look at, you can actually see the magnifier. So this is a magnifier light here. Yeah, so that's not just a magnifier, that is a magnifier light. And it's shining the light directly on the miniature. And that can happen, Rottweiler. That's why you need, well, first of all, multiple lights. And you need the lights that you can dim. So every single one of my lights I can dim at least 3 times. Some of these I can dim 5 or 6 times. That's fantastic. Oh, geez, Rico, you just reminded me. Holy smokes. Yeah, I've got, well, technically, it will be October because we do have more Angmar stuff that we'll be doing. We're going to be doing these. We're going to be doing Nazgul because, well, it's October. It's Halloween. It is Halloween time. So Recoil, I'll shoot you some pictures of of all these crazy bins that we dragged into the house today. Holy smoke! I swear there was about 30 of them. No, actually, it's more than that. It's probably more like 35 to maybe 40 on the high side. So yeah, well, I would. Tomb Kings. That's where my chair it is. This is the other thing I want to get back to is some of my Tomb Kings, because, well, Tomb Kings. And I have a bunch of these. I mean, not just a couple more of the Sneaky Snakes here, but also those Highland Miniatures ones. So again, Rico, you want to share anything in the chat? Please go on ahead. Oh, and by the way, what do we? 50 minutes ago, there was no paint on these. Yeah, 50 minutes ago, these were paint-free objects. I wonder. I thought I had me one of my little lights somewheres around here, but I guess not. I was gonna. Wait a minute. I think it was buried back here. Ah, well, it's green. That's not ideal, but it's still a light. No. Okay. Well, it's gonna work well enough. Ah, so we need to get some back in there. Okay. Good to know. So Velfair, this should be interesting. Oh, well, let's look at this now, and then Velfair, I don't know. Once we start getting our lighter stuff on this, we have to do another film noir because, well, this I'm guessing this OSL is not going to disappear. Ah, look at that! Wow, it almost intensifies it, right? Because we don't have the way this is, right? The light source is so clear. Normally, that doesn't happen, right? Because look at now. Of course, this enhances. It does kind of enhance. Yeah, it does enhance it a little bit. But Velfair will be interesting to see when this gets its lighter colors. Oh wait, there we go. This way. Let's try. Let's try it this way right here. Let's do that film noir again. Interesting, right? Very interesting. Yeah, well, well, I guess it maybe deepens the maybe it deepens the darks that much more. Maybe that's what does it, or at least that's what's happening in this particular instance. But so this shows that some of that needs to get collected by this lighter blue stuff here. Do a little bit more this way. So Michael, again, let's see. I'm glad you had a chance to post that Kickstarter. And again, everybody, please check out that Kickstarter link that Michael just posted. Also, again, everybody, please check out Recoil's Instagram link there. Hey there, Cthulhu Cultist Tim. How you doing? Still happy Thursday here for 34 minutes. It's still a happy Thursday. All right, thanks Ryan for being here. Appreciate everything that you do. Sorry that it was such a late start. I mean, even for Thursday, it was a little bit later than I wanted it to be. But well, hopefully we will also be able to avoid sleep streaming. Because that was another thing I was a little concerned about for the stream here. Since it's been 2 days of extremely, I don't know, getting to bed at maybe 7:20 in the morning and then getting up just a few hours later. So nice to see you there, Renegade. And well, happy Thursday, also happy Friday for folks for whom it is Friday already. And of course, thanks to everybody for joining me here. I appreciate that as always. Let me see. So Tim, I'm glad that you were able to get that link again. Then thanks, Michael, for posting that one more time. So Velfair, yeah, I'll shoot you a message tomorrow. Just again, it's gonna be a very busy couple of days, and of course, well, it's we will have to do our college football report on Monday night. Yeah, we're gonna have to combine Armada Mondays and the college football report. Also, too, I don't we don't have Horns fan in here, so I'm not sure if the White Sox managed to secure their place in history. So everybody, please check out the Kickstarter link that Michael just posted. There we go. So again, this is technically far less than an hour because we've been working on a whole other miniature in addition to this one. There we go. I needed to darken that up there. I might, it's a little teensy bit there. Now we need to start getting something that is not this. So we need warmer colors here. Let's start, I don't know, it's full tone. Some of our Mars yellow deep there. So that again, we start getting something else on here that's not just that warm color, or the cooler color. No, not down there. Oh yeah, this. Okay, here. I knew there was somewheres here something that could also be not bluish gray. Okay, oh yeah, let's maybe try to fool around with some skin tones here a little bit. Like over there, and now we've got some of that glaze in there too, some of that bluish glaze. I need me something more like this to use as a blending brush there. Fingers. Oh, that's going to be gold also. Yeah, let me, you know what? Let me just throw some thinner on this and this. Come on. Also, there. Basically, just a drop. It's a little drop of thinner there. Here we go. So well, hopefully things just in general are going okay. Oh, and same thing there, Recoil. I hope that aside from all the craziness with Streamlabs, oh, and yeah, Recoil, the XSplit drives me just as crazy because I use that for recording, and that's the software program that every single machine it's on, it behaves differently. It does not act the same. I mean, we're talking radically different. We're not talking like, oh, slightly whatever. No, there's basically entire functions that don't work, or it's very unstable and crashes all the time on one stream or one machine. There's another one where it's just like, okay, that feature just doesn't work, and there's clearly there really is no reason for that, right? It's a software program, and it's not. It's the same thing. I download the exact same, so it's the same version. Everything's the same, and it acts completely differently. And recoil, believe it or not, you know how long I've had to use that thing? We're talking at least 6 years that I've been using that. Almost 6 years. Because nothing else works at all. That that's that was what I was trying to somehow iterate there. Recoil is that is my only choice. It's XSplit or nothing. So there's no, because I tried all kinds of other stuff, and the success rate was, well, less than zero. So yeah, we're stuck with that forever, I guess. I don't. Yeah, the blue goat not gonna reach all the way back there. Not all the way there. I might need to get some more of the Indian yellow out on the palette here again too at some point. You know what? I'm gonna go back to the Mars Yellow Deep because that was going to get way too light, way too fast. Might want to get some greenish stuff going on these two. With just a tiny little bit of the dragon scale armor there. Firing up some more of that up here. Now the other one, again, I'm just keeping an eye on that, and when that one is less shiny, that's when we'll grab that, and we'll basically start doing the same thing on that we've been doing on this one now. You can see object source lighting saves time, right? Because we've basically painted, I want to say 55% of the miniature already. I mean, there's more things we'll do, but as for all intents and purposes, that's at least 50%, possibly more than 50% of the miniature already painted at this point here. So, Grand Oracle, sorry that you got all that driving to do. I know that is not going to be terribly entertaining, and of course keeping you away from doing the hobby type stuff there. Let me get some of my lights on that side of it. There we go. How's about we get some more light on the skinny tones here? Combo, I guess. A little bit of the Naphtol Scarlet, some of the. Now that's actually the Mars red. That's not the Venetian red. That's the basically Mars red. So it's less orangey. So I know the Terra Rosa, Venetian red, those have much more orange in them. In some ways, it's almost like pure orange mixed with maybe you could say asphaltum, something like that. Oh, geez, thanks, Recoil. Appreciate that. Thank you so much, Recoil.
So say we all.
Again, everybody please give Recoil 1-3 a follow. And Recoil, again, Enrico, well, there was one point. Now, I'm sure it's not the same with yours, but here, what was causing the craziness for, remember the stream it would hang and
So say we all.
well, and sometimes it would just crash. That was because there was a D drive that was basically failing, and some of my screens and slideshows were on that failing drive. When I basically just unplugged that drive, well, of course, I'm not saying, because if I say something, well, that's the jinx, right? But let's just say that
So say we all.
it made a difference. So, oh, wait a minute, we also need one of these. I wasn't sure if it was going to get there, but it did. It sure did. It's been a long time since we had one of these right here. What's that sound? What is that sound? That is the Linseed Express, baby. There it is, coming right at you. It's coming straight for you. All aboard the Linseed Express. There it is. All aboard that hype train. Hype train. You want to use the oil. Yes, you wish to use the oil paints and experience the ease and wonder of using this fabulous material. Yes, you do. What do we? Oh, the Hypno Train. That's it. Yeah, we call it the Hypno Train. Recoil. If you Google on YouTube, Dr. Pepper or no, Fansville Hype Train. That's one of their latest commercials, and it's hilarious because there literally is an animation of a hype train. Hey, Voyeur of Doom, welcome back. It's been a little while. I hope that you're doing well, and well, it's still a happy Thursday here. It's not quite a happy Friday. We got ourselves 22 minutes to a happy Friday. Nice to see you there, Doji. So speaking of Friday, it's already Friday for Doji, and well, soon it will be bakery run enough. It'll be bakery run time for you. You'll have to tell me on Monday how the bakery run was, because again, well, we got to do the other thing on Saturday, well, and then Sunday. Again, I would do the makeup, or was that the substitute Saturday on Sunday, but we have the Council of Miniature Painters thing that we have to do. And of course, Armored Wolf, I wasn't sure if you wanted to post any of the links to Ursa. Oh, actually, Battlecraft supplies, they're actually going to be at Ursa. Now, this is the new one. You can see, you can open this up, and I threw my sand and my pennies in this, whereas this is just it's slightly larger. You can see, I mean, it's just, or maybe it's not. No, it's slightly, I mean, it's maybe like a couple percent bigger. Thank you so much, Voyeur Doom. Appreciate that. Well, Voyeur Doom, I don't know if you saw any of the Minas Morgul miniatures that we did, but we literally did an entire, well, so far about a little over half an army in this blue glowing stuff. It's almost an entire army done in that. And of course, you can check those out. Oh, there's more of this armor over here. You can check that out on the Twitch channel here because all of the sessions are saved. They're all saved as highlights. Of course, I did take one of the sessions and I tossed it up on YouTube. Now that's one of our Morgul Knights again, and that's with the blue object source lighting, the greenish glow, and then of course some rust effects just for good measure. Now, Doji, do you have any one-to-one? Oh, that's the other thing I've been doing too, is some one-to-one scale terrain projects there. I mean, nothing intense. It was just kind of doing these gutter downspout things. But at least, hopefully, that will offer some improvements. Let me see if I can't chuck a little bit more of that light over there. So thanks again, Recoil. Appreciate that. It does make a difference because, again, well, we're getting towards the end, well, literally the end of September here. And that whole, what is that? Whatever that thing is that Twitch is counting up, I don't remember what it is. They have so many new things now. There's something, well, there's the turbo thing. I know that's more like ads and stuff. Then there's this other thing called experiment. No idea what that is. I'll see you later there, Doji. Take care. Well, hopefully, if anything, we see you on, well, your Tuesday, my Monday. We'll either be painting an elven ship. Oh, Twitch added one gift sub to Recoil's gift. So there's all kinds of new stuff, Recoil, I guess, that Twitch must be doing here. Because I don't remember that. Well, thank you so much, Recoil. Appreciate that. As always. So that max velocity stream that I check out for all that weather stuff. He gained something along the lines of 13,000 subscribers in one stream. The end of okay. Oh, thanks Recoil for that info. I was wondering what other kind of new thing that was because here, if I do get some kind of little graphic that shows, it just kind of pops up for a half a second. Sometimes I don't even see it, and then it goes away again. So thanks Rico, appreciate that. Of course, now I know what it's like to experience a Category 4 hurricane and the eye, because that was literally being streamed live from multiple locations. So, yep, basically, I essentially had a better than front row seat to one of the largest hurricanes in the last couple of decades. Maybe not necessarily the most powerful, but definitely one of the largest as far as the extent and the outreach of the arms. Let me see. I'm going to try and. Ooh, that might be too much thinner on that brush. That might be a little too much. Let me backtrack. Get looking for a warmer gray. Yeah, there we go. There's our warmer gray. Because now once we start adding this, right, if it's too cool of a gray, we're going to lose this whole effect over here. So Doji, it's a character. It's for the Nords. Apparently, this doesn't actually go in the Valkyrie unit. It's another. There is, I guess, a special Valkyrie character that I don't have, which hopefully eventually will be showing up here at some point. But yeah, this is. I don't have the unit card for this, but it is one of the special characters for the Nords. Whereas, well, obviously that's a banner bearer, but that's one of your regular Valkyrie, and that is, see, that's starting to look. Almost all of the shininess is gone there. So yeah, it was pretty wild to see. Okay, what exactly does it look like when you get to the eye wall? What is it like when you have the eye? And then I was seeing. Well, I saw a whole bunch of cameras get wiped out by storm surge, as in they're underwater right now. So when his stream started, I don't know, somewhere around noon or something like that today, and that's I was again at the storage facility clearing out these bins and everything. So I was able to keep track of that, the early phases of this. So yes, indeed, that was a pretty wild experience. Just as I was working and doing stuff, the hurricane stream was in the background. Getting a little bit of that lighter, warmer stuff there. Right now, let me. Okay, gotta be careful not to get too much of the thinner in there. Uh, yeah, let's keep making this a little bit bolder here, as far as some lights go. But yeah, if this is lighter than our source lighting, that becomes object source shading, and well, we don't want that. We don't want object source shading. Now this is where it gets tricksy over here, because again, we need some kind of light on this side. So recoil, boy, if AI did a better job with text, I would really like to see it create the contrast is more than just light versus dark, but as a color blindness test. Actually, Rico, well, I just for funsies, I have to just type that in and see how badly it messes up all the text. So yeah, just contrast is more than just light versus dark, rendered as a color blindness test with the green and red dots. I don't know if that's maybe that's the you would probably want to include the green and red dot information in there too in case it doesn't remember or know what a color blindness test is. You know what? We go and start getting some other light down here on the base. Now, of course, this is going to be getting all the snow and ice effects here, and well, blood effects. Like these guys, all of our Nords are getting the same thing. Again, the icicles and such. I'm actually gonna have an icicle hanging off of that sword. Yeah, I'm gonna do that just because. Oh yeah, yeah. This right here probably also should start getting a little bit of this lighter tone. Maybe a little bit of that here too. So to me, this is just much more interesting set of colors than, well, basically a bunch of grays, right? And it does make this weapon look much more dramatic here. I'm not, well, there again, I could have snow flying off the end of the shoe there. That might be interesting to do. Maybe I'll try and get some of the, oh yeah, yeah, let's get a little bit more of our light here on the Skelly friend down here. Plenty bright, there we go, just pushing that around, that mix with what's there. Going to get some of the fingers on our Skelly friend here. Might try to lighten this up a little. Something here. You know what? Oh, I should probably grab some Perline red maybe to throw over there on some of the skin tone on that on the face. Shall we go a little lighter? We shall go a little lighter here on a couple parts of the face. Again, we have the source light there, and we can actually still go lighter than that. Believe it or not, that's not actually pure white on there. Oh, let me see. So recoil. Actually, well, the grand final. No, they already did the grand final, right? I haven't even had a chance to. No, the grand final is this weekend, right? Recoil. Brisbane and Sydney. Of course, I'm getting it a little bit mixed up. Recoil because there's a bye week here between the conference championships and the Super Bowl. So I keep thinking, but no, they did the bye week before. Oh yeah, this weekend. Okay, yeah. Sorry, Recoil. I'm just again, I've lost so much track of what day it is even. I wasn't kidding earlier in the stream when I said if you the only reason I would know it's not Monday is because I'm not painting a ship. If somebody was in the chat and said, "Hey, happy Monday," I would be like, "Oh, okay, happy Monday." That's how. We'll see you later, there, Doji. See you later. Thanks, of course, as always. Thanks for being here. Appreciate that. See, even on our little bits of armor there, we can go lighter on those. I mean, we'll see if we want to. Yeah, maybe we put some of the snow effects also on the fur here. We did this. We did that on the werewargs. So somehow, first I've got to find all of my printed Nazgul. Then we got to get those things prepped. The assembling is not so diff. It's just well, there's wings, and I'm gonna have to fix some gaps and such on the wings. I was actually gonna do that in a video. That might actually be one of the could even be the last video of September or something, or the first one of October. I don't know. All right, we're gonna get more of that light down in here. That's too much there. We don't want that up there. That gotta go away. If anything, more of our blue needs to be over there. But we'll wait on that. We'll wait on that for right now. Oh, this is... Nope, nope. I was just about to reach for some of that green. Then I went, no, no, no. I do have this basically Mars Violet over here. It's just like a super dingy violet color, but also opaque. And that's what I think I want to use on the shoes here. So again, Doji, thank you for being here. Appreciate that. Again, well, we'll see you at some point next week. And we're going to do this now. I think I'm going to try some of this lightest stuff on the Skelly friend down here. Blending brush. Maybe a little bit of that on the sword. Yeah, something like that. So now we're getting close to a happy Friday here. 4 minutes away. Just 4 more minutes to a happy Friday. Yeah, okay, that works. Might try to go a teensy bit lighter here, but again, when the snow goes, I'm not even going to bother painting that because there's just going to be a bunch of snow right there. So there's just no point whatsoever in doing that. Actually, recoil, I was wondering about that because I've heard the term VFL, and I just thought, well, maybe that's almost like the rugby sevens version of footy. Actually, I think you might have told me if there was or was not the equivalent of a rugby sevens for footy. I can't quite imagine how that would work. Either that, if the well, they also yeah, they could do it like arena football, where instead of a 100-yard field, the field's only 50 yards long. Here, let me get some of the later stuff there. Yeah, gonna go back to some of my Van Dyke Brown maybe for this. Yeah, because again, mold lines. Got to deal with the mold lines here, which of course like to run right through things like fingers and spears and all that sort of stuff. So AFL 9. So wow, yeah, recoil that field better be a whole lot smaller than a cricket pitch. I don't know. Maybe they play it on. Well, geez, I don't know if a soccer field is all that much smaller than a footy pit, than a cricket pitch. So I'm just getting some of my fast mat weight back out here because I think I'm gonna uh, try and establish like the literal lightest of light things here. Just breaking that down with some thinner. The one thing I've got to do is get me some cough drops because I think I'm down to literally my last one, and I might have to go. Well, I'm gonna have to restock on our medicine since we are basically out of cough drops here. See that? That's getting even brighter. Look at that, even brighter. Can do more of that right here too. Boom! Look at that. So that stands out even more. Looky there, and it's very easy to blend all that. Now, recoil, I do believe that the Gaelic football, they play that on a rugby field, but there's aspects of Aussie rules, but they're using a round ball, right? Aren't they using essentially a soccer ball? But they're basically, it's kind of like they're playing Aussie rules football on a rugby field with a soccer ball. It was because they actually, believe it or not, well, when they weren't showing footy, they would show that. So it is okay. That was. I was not sure what in the world I was looking when when Kathy said, "Hey, look at this," and I said, "What in the world is that?" Because at first it certainly looked like a rugby field, but they were kicking the ball around, and then I went, "Wait a minute, that's not a Sharon." Well, I don't know if Sharon makes soccer balls too, but I'm like, that ain't a footy ball. That ain't a rugby ball. That's a soccer ball. So that's Scrugby there or something. I'm not sure. Or Scrugby. I'm not sure what you would call that. Holy smokes. Yeah, I do kind of like the of a little bit of the light stuff working its way onto that. That's for sure recoil. That's a sports mashup right there. If I ever heard of one, mixing soccer, Aussie rules, and rugby together.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
So we welcome in our newest little hobbit. Thank you so much for that. Of course, Gandalf appreciates all of his little hobbits. Thank you so much, David. Appreciate that. Okay, so again, um, I I like this idea of glow stick and kitchen utensil combined. Um, it's a little bit big for me because I swear. So why are all of these like twice the size of me, dude? We're not actually 50 more 4 mil scale. He's like, I think you are. It's like, no, no, no. We're like 45 millimeter. They don't point that thing at me. Anyway, isn't that supposed to be the sword of flame? He's like, yeah. So, why is that glowing blue? That's a good question. Thank you so much for that follow. Appreciate that. What we gonna get on our big Gandalf 6 right here? Well, oh, look at that. That's a big improvement. Actually, it was a couple of streams ago we had a pair of sixes rolled. Not one, but two. Back to back. So thank you so much for the follow there, David Pooh. Appreciate that. Let me get that piece of Faber off of the brush there. So painting with the oils, right? And 1 hour 30 minutes ago, these had no paint on them whatsoever, none at all. Like the Weeping Angel says, don't blink. If you blink, you will almost certainly miss something. Probably something important too. Now we start to kind of finalize some of the maybe the latest lights on surfaces here that are basically sharp, because what that's going to do is make them look more like metal. How you doing, Dat Moon? Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Now, of course, we have to identify which moon is that. Is it Dat Moon or is it Dis Moon? Oh, do we have Io? No. No, we don't have Io. I thought we had Io too, but of course we know this is best planet. That we do know. That is the best planet of all. So Dat Moon, thank you so much. I hope that your Thursday was a good one. And of course, Dat Moon, it's we're not that far away, right? We are not very far away at all from well, painting some ornaments. I do believe we started on what, Thanksgiving. Pretty sure that was the Thanksgiving stream, and we were doing those well into all the way to New Year's Eve. Yes, indeed, because this is our New Year's Eve stream, which there you go. That's our every year. Every year, that's our New Year's Eve stream. Now, Dat Moon, I'm not sure if you saw any. Well, I don't know if you saw any of the. Whoops, no, that there they are. Our Easterling buildings, or where's our Corsair ships, of which we painted 3. Oh, by the way, I did try fooling around with that rigging, and one of the things I did see somewhere was that those the rigging pieces, they're too small for the dowel rods that they tell you to use. But now that I have the files, I might actually just try to print those again myself at a larger scale, like minutely larger scale, on the resin printer perhaps, instead of trying to struggle to shave down uh, dowel rods to make them work with this rigging stuff. So again, I'm going to try and find me a little more lights on the side of this here. And of course, Dat Moon. Oh yeah, this is. Nope, that's not quite the right one. Where's the one here? Or is it over there? No, it must be. Oh, here it is. It's this one. So that's what we're going to be doing with this one right here. Also, too, we got the banner going on. Find a little more light on the end of this. Here. Dive into the lighter skin tone again here. There we go. Blending brush there. More of this here. Lighter stuff. Gotta do that here on what might be some kind of chainmail-ish type of a deal here. Might actually hit this a little bit too, yeah. Okay. Something like that. Up here now, that's the next place I need to get some lighter lights here. Yeah. Right there. That was too far. We're just gonna wipe that away. Oh, look, it's like we have an eraser. Give that another shot here. Some of this fur needs to be lightened up a bit more on that end too. And now we'll go this way. Little, fine. We'll carry that one more row with the lighter blue. Ish, something like that. Catch more of our just regular light here. Something, yeah, that's better. This is also going to need some ambient light here. The here. Now we've been going with the blast. Let me just try the Mars. No. That's if we go this way. Make it almost a lemon yellow. Right? No extra warmth to it there. That might help that stand out a bit more. Like that. See this one too. Now I still actually have to assemble 4 more of these Valkyries. So don't be surprised if you end up seeing at least one more stream where we're trying to finish these things off. Because this will give us, I think, 8 between the 2 I did in my video and, 6 of them painted on the stream. Well, actually, no, 9, because this is a character fig. So we'll have 9 of our Valkyries. So they will have 13 of these. Do all the fabulous blood and snow and ice and blood effects. Let me darken up this the Van Dyke Brennan. No, we better thin that down a little. So massive blob of paint on the end of that brush. That was not going to be bueno. You know what? We should try to separate these fingers here. Once again, a mold line runneth through it. So Dat Moon, hopefully you've had a chance to maybe do some painting over the last few months. And again, great to see you again. Appreciate you being here. That's the floral blue. There's a little bit of our green that ended up mixing with that too. I don't know. Just how late do we really want to go on the end of that? Maybe not too late though. That could definitely be too late. Speaking of which, we need a little bit of that blue down there, a little bit over here. Smidge of it also over down in here. What is going on with this again? Our floral blue here. Yep, there. It's kind of like the what is it? The blank canvas miniatures, right? Unpainted miniatures are blank canvases. They can be anything they want because they haven't been forced into a color scheme. Yes, mold lines are just little extra fun things for you to not paint or to try and cover up. Should I try and get that a little bit? Maybe not. Maybe not. Taking that way. You know what? I'm mix a little bit of that with the Sevres blue here. Well, that gives it a different type of opacity. It really does. Oh, you know what? I never did. We did this on the other side. There. So, oh, actually, the other spice, I believe, Rico, was it? It's like that bourbon pepper or something like that. Yeah, I use that. This stuff, I mean, it's got some strong flavor to it. Oh, yeah. Because it was the same pork tenderloin, a frozen one that I did the last time around. Oh my gosh. Boy, it really is. It assumed a whole bunch of flavor using these two spices. Now, let me see if I can get. Oh, yeah. We should try and lighten this up a little on the knuckles here. I like this idea of rolling with the Sevres blue on the, yeah, there we go, on the back of the hand there, sure enough. Oh, you know what? That should probably be later too. Did we didn't? Nope, we didn't do anything down there. All right, it's another thing that kind of had to figure out there. A little bit more of our, not too much of a blob on the end of that brush. Just the fluorescent blue here. Maybe more to the Prussian blue side. What is happening with that? I'm going to try and just do a quick little dry brush of some kind of lighter stuff there. Let me try this one more time. Right along this edge here with our lightest light. Yeah. I will try that again over on that side. Rico, I think, oh gosh, I think you heard the story of, I mean, this is when we were first starting to paint the miniatures and we were trying to paint Blood Bowl teams. We shall wait until the double raid is over. We had ourselves a triple raid. Remember last stream? We actually had a triple. I don't think that's happening here. but we are certainly going to have ourselves a double raid. So we got Cap and Kaylee. Everybody, please give Capmaster and Kaylee Larson a follow. So Cap, thank you so much for the raid. Kaylee, same thing. I know Kaylee, you're going to be heading off to sleep there, but Cap, you want to share anything in the chat? I know you've been working super hard on a ton of stuff. Hey there, Denethor, how you doing? He's like, you know what? Not really a fan of that Gandalf guy, but he's kind of right. I do like this idea of the glow stick and the pointy thing all combined in one. So thank you so much. Appreciate that raid. We are working on two more of our Conquest Valkyries. So 1 hour 45 minutes ago, these had no paint on them. And where's our? Here we go. So this one here going to look an awful lot like this once we start to add some of our lighter stuff to it. So Cap, you want to share something in the chat? Please go ahead. I know that again the Kaylee's already headed off to the sleepy times there. So thank you so much for that. We are using regular oil paints right out of the tube. Just regular old, again, regular old oil paints there. Gamlin, Windsor Newton, Williamsburg, and now Richardson also. So yeah, we've done a whole bunch of these. You can go back and check out the past streams. We also, I also did a tutorial video on a couple of these. And once these are all done, well, they're done, once they're all dry and everything, that's where we're gonna hit them with the snow and ice effects here. Because also Conquest, and we painted these up on stream, also in a tutorial vid. See, we got the ice, the snow, even a little bit of the blood right there. So great to see you there, Cap. Now, speaking of tutorials here, we're going to be doing this in a maybe a two-part episode. I'm thinking a two-part. I don't think it's going to be just a one-part episode. And Cap, I think you've seen the Corsair ships, of which we've painted 3. This is not 3 separate ones. This is one ship. So they came in 2 pieces. We will be doing all the masts and rigging, not on stream, but we painted 3 of those so far. So 3 of our Armada Mondays. Oh, the Reaper Bones, 6 boxes. Well, it's okay, Cap. It doesn't have to be brand new. Doesn't have to be brand new. Just let folks maybe get a chance to see what you were working on. I'm sure they'll appreciate it. Hey there, Thousand Young. How you doing? Keeping an eye on you, that's for sure. How you doing there, Thousand Young? So Capmaster, we will be painting other 28 mil ships. A little bit different from our 1/1800 scale, right? Literally, just one section of those ships was more, at least at 1.5 times the size of this, and that was just like either the forward section or the aft section. So, Thousand Young, if you want to share anything in the chat too, please go ahead and do that. Here we are. So yeah, Thousand Young, I keep obviously running into situations where I'll say, oh boy, if I just could. Oh yeah, Thousand Young, those clips that people are using in their like Conquest creations in their terrain files. It's essentially held together by this clip system, which is sort of a public access thing. You can basically buy the rights to use it. I'm not sure if you like embed those. So I was just wondering, Thousand Young, do I try and actually buy some of those? And then all of these files that are not used in that clip system that Conquest is, or Conquest creations, should I get those files and somehow try to put those on myself? I do hope that you feel better soon, though. Sorry that you're a little bit worse for wear. And again, Thousand Young, you want to post anything in the chat too, please go ahead. So again, these are from Parabellum War Games. This is their Conquest game. We are creating multiple armies here. Nords, Wadroon, Sorcerer Kings. Well, ultimately, I want to do city states and, well, I already have a few hundred kingdoms figures actually painted. But again, we'll be rolling through the conquest stuff. So yep, there we go. Everybody, please check out that link that Catmaster just shared. Please give Catmaster a follow as well. So yeah, Thousand Young. I was wondering because obviously he's creating the files. He's making the files, from scratch. So I don't know if that's something that you can superimpose afterwards on an STL file that you buy. It my I kept wanting to say you should be able to because it's just an STL file. If I can take them into the basic Windows software and cut them there, I should be able to do at least something, some kind of manipulation like that with them. So again, we're doing a little bit of this lighter stuff there because actually, believe it or not, we're doing these trousers as blue, right? Like our other Valkyries there. So everybody, please check out that link that Thousand Young just shared, and please give Thousand Young a follow as well, because follows are fantastic, free, and fun. All right, I'm gonna hit this again now with our lighter stuff here. Let me bring in some of this now. A little more. There we go. Okay, now that starts to make a whole bunch more sense. That would not make much sense there for a bit. Yeah, Thousand Young, it just, and again, too, I don't know what's all involved in basically, you would have, I don't know if you would have to get a retailer's license, right, from something proprietary like that where they've developed that clip system. I'm going to try to get me a couple more little bits of light on the end of this. Yeah. Oh, back to the when in doubt, make things darker. So Catmaster, I haven't seen that at all. Actually, I haven't seen any Reaper stuff in quite some time. Oh, and the other thing, Cat, where did it? Ah, here it is. So actually, Boomness has been trying to sculpt basically Lord of the Rings gummy bear characters, and I was hoping that we would paint those towards the end of October, around the time of Kathy's birthday stream. Call it sort of a precursor to the eventual CathyCon that we want to do, where there would be some form of painting contest or something like that of the, or just something, where people are painting, though maybe in a Discord or Zoom thing or something like that. Oh, here we go. We're gonna maybe, that might be a little too dark. Oh, it doesn't matter. We have to hit this thing on the bottom. So we're going to go more mid-tone like that here. And then we'll do that back up on the top. There's some kind of in between here. So Campmaster, birthday is the 29th. Now on the 29th, I'll be. Oh, here we go. We'll be painting another. We actually haven't done one of these in a while, so we'll be doing one of the Kathy miniatures there. But I think maybe the stream before the stream afterwards. Now, so 1,000. I guess I'm trying to think the last time that you did a stream because you were doing the sculpting on stream for at least for a little while, right? I don't know how difficult that was because you're trying to do basically a screen capture, right? That's about the only way you can really stream it. So yeah, that would be end of October. I will be trying to paint up a bunch of spooky things. Basically, a lot of Angmar stuff, especially. Oh yeah, that's right, Catman. They're redoing Lord of the Rings. Actually, Denethor, did you see the new plastic miniatures that they're doing? Uh, Maybe back to the Van Dyke Brown here. Couple areas on the boots, I suppose. 'Cause I think I might have asked you if that was something that, well, would be possible again. Of course, other life situations, right, have to allow you to be able to do that, and sometimes you don't get a say in what those life situations are going to demand. It's the new Middle Earth strategy battle game, right? Because they announced the starter set with the new, basically John Lending figures and the new Rohan figures, all plastic. I believe 4 hero characters. You have Haleth and Hama. No, for the no, it's Haleth and some other guy. No, it's Haleth and Hama. I think for Rohan, and then Wolf and I forget who the other guy is. He's not somebody that they have shown in the previews yet. Yeah, I'm not sure when that stuff is supposed to go up for pre-order. Obviously, there's speculation. I don't imagine. It's got to be at least after the movies. I can't imagine this would be coming out before the movies, but maybe it is. Maybe things are a little bit different now. Trying to just catch a few little bits of light there. Denethor, there's a few folks that do. Uh, well, at least I've seen the Galadriel one, but there's a STL file. That's what I'm trying to spit out. There are some folks that do STL files of those. So yep, Catmaster, it's all the same. It's all the same scale because they're using the same Rohan building kits that they released. Oh, I want to say at least 2 years ago, maybe. So it's not AOS scale or even Warhammer scale. It is its own, basically 28mm true scale. So Thousand Young, I was just asking if you had seen the new plastic figures for the new starter set. That's obviously all tagged up with the movies. Now, of course, there will be, whenever the Hunt for Gollum movies come out, there will be tie-ins with that as well. So no idea that we have not seen anything about the Hunt for Gollum movies yet. I think it's gonna be two movies. Keep pushing it this way, and somewhere here, I think I've got a brush. There's no paint on it that I could use as a blending brush right in here. There we go. That same area, if I had used this, oh, I don't know, about an hour, 35 minutes ago, we just would have taken the paint off. We did use it as an eraser. Here, all it's doing is smoothing out the brush strokes there. Well, Capmaster, they have, well, there's an entire Erebor army, or the Iron Hills, and then, of course, they also have a full Khazad-dûm line already. Now, of course, we've been doing Diwali, Kurzluk, Printing Goes Ever On. I have tons and tons. I got the chariots. I still haven't had time to put together the chariots, but we've done tons of the goat riders and such for all the Erebor stuff. I've got ballistas, so we could certainly do lots of dwarf thing. There might be something maybe to do in November and December because of well, the snowy stuff, right? Erebor. And we will hit that one a bit more of our light there. And we'll do the same on this side. Yep, gotta catch this bit of light enough. That's another case of, shall we say, a mold line runneth through it. And I think we still need to catch a few more lights up there. So Capmaster, I don't know if. See, I don't think that Printing Goes Ever On did the Vault Warden teams, but Diwali and Kurzluk both did. Actually, I think Medbury also. Oh, wait a minute. Check that. Wait a minute. Let me see here if I can tell. I might be able to tell from this because. Yeah, so Medbury Miniatures did Vault Warden teams. But I know that Kurzluk also did, and I know Diwali also has Vault Warden teams. We got to get back to these guys here because I mean, I have a nice little start to a Khazad-dûm army, but we definitely need to do a whole bunch more. So yeah, Denethor. Now again, I have no idea. When they talk about redoing the game, you can redo the game and not have a huge impact on it. I have a feeling that the Alliance Matrix is something that they're gonna be going after. That I think one of the biggest speculations is that every army just ends up being its own legendary legion. Because well, what's kind of happened, and I'm sure this is bound to happen, is that you see the same combinations over and over and over again, and they tend to be not very lore-ish. We'll put it that way. I mean, to me, well, like my Candish army, you will never, ever, ever at any tournament see a Candish army. I just wish that I could take a Candish army to any tournament and just see the looks on their faces because they're so used to the meta of infantry only. No matter who the army is, it's like literally they would just play all infantry Rohan armies if they could. So yeah, we're hoping there's not a super massive change because we did really love how it was not like the other systems. We really don't want it to be Lord of Sigmar or something like that. That is not what I would want it to be by any stretch of the imagination. I need to get some kind of light over here on these chompers, but also not too much towards the blue, at least not on this side over here. Hey, there's surface tension. How you doing? So surface tension, you want to share your links? Please go ahead and do that. Denethor, did you have a chance to share your Discord link there? I don't think so. If I forgot to mention that in Paintwater Somalia, I think you already posted your, speaking of Rohan, I think you posted your Rohan stuff, right? Actually, I did not get a chance to take it off of the build plate before the stream here, but I did print out, speaking of Diwali, I printed out the Diwali Arnor stuff. I thought I'd already done that. I hadn't because I didn't have the whole September release until last night. And by last night, I mean after midnight. So technically today. So Thousand Young has a that's a brilliant idea there. Let's hope it's not the Sigmarillion, right, Thousand Sun? I gotta remember that. I have got to remember. So Thousand Young, that's fantastic. I love that. I hope I never have to use that term, right, Thousand Young? Ever, ever, ever? Because the whole reason that I play MESBG is because, well, they wiped out all of my armies to create Sigmar, which we came up with a little different pronunciation for Age of Sigmar. We just, well, kind of just added a couple of letters to it and subtracted another one. Everybody, please check out that Mastodon link there. So, some fabulous oil painted miniatures from Surface Tension Painting. So, Surface Tension, hopefully well, I'm sure your Friday morning is A, gray, and B, wet, and C, also gray. I'm fairly certain those three things apply to your Friday morning here. So surface tension just went through a big rules update, but not a tragic one, thank goodness. But yes, what we loved about Lord of the Rings is that it was not well. It wasn't one of those kind of things where basically by the first turn the game is over and there's not much point in playing out the rest. And lots of interrupt actions instead of just, well, here you do your turn, and after you've destroyed half of my stuff shooting at it, then let me know if there's anything left. It was very hard for things to die in Lord of the Rings. And we're hoping that they've kept that sort of flavor where stuff just doesn't automatically die. Oh, yeah, we forgot that it's also gray. And of course, as we know, that Welsh wet is a very special kind of Welsh, or a special kind of wet. It's actually wetter than regular wet. Everybody, please check out the Discord link that Denethor just shared in the chat. A Discord link. I should know by now if it's a longer link. Ooh, Film Noir. Now we got warm on this side, cool on this side. Let's do a little Film Noir. Let's see if that affects the source lighting at all. Because, I mean, this is just so huge, but look at this, right? That's very different. Not so okay, let's do our reverse. Let's reverse our Film Noir again back to normal stuffs here. Not so different, but again, look at that. the blue over here, and then all those warmer colors over there. Surface tension. Well, you get to enjoy what we enjoy over here. Actually, I believe. Well, I got to see a Category 4 hurricane live as it went to shore and the eye wall came through. And while that stream was going, there were dozens and dozens and dozens of tornado warnings in Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, and Florida. And let's see, I think about, I don't know, 5 minutes before I started the stream, about 1.2 million people in Florida had no power. So surface tension. Hopefully you got your hopefully you got your wood fire ready to go. And actually, surface tension. Are there basements in Wales? So yeah, I guess. Do you have a basement there? Now, there's one thing, surface tension, a piece of safety equipment that I won't recommend, and that would be a solar generator. I don't think that would work too well in Wales, right? Well, it would. You get about 3 minutes of power out of it from the 27 seconds of sunlight that you might have to charge it. So yeah, it's kind of funny because everybody keeps asking, well, okay, if the basements are flooding all the time, why do you have basements? And it's like, well, when the tornado siren goes off, that's why you find out why you have a basement. Yep, surface tension. That would just go airborne. So basically, well, all kidding aside, what you do is the strongest room in your house is typically a bathroom. So you go into the bathroom, you go into the tub, quite literally, and obviously you cover up your head. So you probably want to take the Greyhound into the bathroom with you there, because the bathroom, well, generally is not going to have a window, but sometimes I guess they do. Well, yeah, definitely don't go into the garage because that's going to basically fold up like a tent. So this is not just a cuisine channel. It's not just a Lord of the Rings channel. It's not just a Song of Ice and Fire channel, an Object Source Light channel, or a Freehand channel. It's an exercise channel, but we also offer safety tips. Yes, we offer professional safety tips. Here, let's get our blending brush out here. This is also a home remodeling channel. So, yep, surface tension, that would be the place to stay. For sure. Let me get some more of our lighter blue out onto this now. Also these. Let me grab a sample one here. Did we do... oh no, that wasn't blue. Okay. Ah, that's what's blue. All right. So yeah, Catmaster maybe just once or twice experienced that, right? Of course, earlier we were talking about the New Madrid fault. So yes, earthquakes. We do have those here. Yeah, let's do some of our lightest. Well, that's our Sever. That's kind of our light middle tone blue there. So we're just going to start hitting some of our blues here. Then we'll get into some of the golds. So yeah, was it on Max Velocity's channel? He has, I think, Tossing Trampolines Tuesday, Flying Fences Friday, Wacky Weather Wednesday, And I forget what Thursday is. So again, we just threw this Sevres blue. We didn't mix anything. That's literally just straight up Sevres blue. Now we will take this blending brush here. And as you can see here, we're just going to... I mean, this is some highly detailed brushwork. Look at that. You don't get precision work like that on just any channel. No siree. Look at this here. And we'll take that and we're just going to push that all around here. Oh, 1,000 Young, that's really nifty. I don't know if you saw the one bust that I did where it was half non-metallic and half true metallic. And the whole point of it... Oh, wait a minute. I still have it. I didn't think I still had this. Probably got some dust on it, but... So yeah, this is half metallic and half non-metallic. And it's really funny because people cannot tell which half is which. And it was so symmetrical, we split it down the middle, right? This side and this side are each different things, and we split it right down the middle. Yeah, that's an oldie but a goodie right there. So surface tension says that not a lot of these cyclones. I guess you don't even get, well, what is it? Oh, nor'easters. If Artemiko was here, Artemiko could tell you all about nor'easters. It's basically cold weather hurricanes. So instead of necessarily, oh, and storm surge. Yeah, you would love storm surge. So yeah, 1,000 Young. And now, if I don't know if you have that project also posted to your Insta there, but yeah, if you wanted to share that so folks could see that, I think that would be super nifty for them to check out. So again, where are we at here? So 2 hours and 17 minutes ago, both of these had absolutely no paint on them whatsoever. None at all. Let me hit this. Also that. That, you know what? That also. Ooh, here, we'll just have to reach it from this way. Be easier. Now we're going to start to... Nope, nope, that can't be the blue. Not the wings either. Now I got to figure out these crazy things. These little wrappings in the hair. And all of them have something like this. Some of them are harder to figure out. This is definitely one of the harder to figure out ones. Again, part of it is there's mold lines running through all this stuff. Hey there, Inganes. Nice to see ya. So surface tension, I guess, what would be the biggest snowfall that you've had there? I'm pretty sure, I think the blizzard of 79 was 27 inches or something like that. At least I think so. Could be wrong on that. I think the biggest snowfall we've had since then maybe is 12 or 13 inches. Let me get this here. Also up there. Oh, we didn't get any of our lighter blue in here. And again, I'm just taking the Sevres blue. So far, that's all it is. Just the Sevres blue. And then what we're going to do is we're going to give this time to set, of course, and we're going to move on. I think we'll start hitting stuff like our golds here before we. Again, we're not going to do. This is it. We're just going to basically to Severus Blue. We'll go lighter from there. But let's start getting some of our gold stuff on here. Let me get some of our orangey red on there too. Yeah, surface tension. What was it? And someone earlier, it was earlier today. Someone was. They did not argue with me when I said that February is the new July. I'll have to get some of our blue reflected onto the shield here too. That's going to be a little too much thinner in there. We're going to take some of that away. And now we're going to try again, get our gold on a whole bunch of these surfaces here. I also have the arm band. Okay, there's not one over there. I thought there was one on that arm. Alright, we're going to do this. I think we're going to try and get some of our golds on this stuff over here too. Yeah. That's more. We need more of our blue on that. Oh well. That's okay. That's alright. I'm just trying to get a little different hint of color. There's some of the warmer stuff. We're also going to have to get some of the greens in here as well. So you can see there. See how there's a little bit of turquoise on some of that? Now, if that was in your, I guess, do you see a point where you would be able to do the streaming stuff again? Because I think you used to stream at least a couple of times a week there at one point, right? I hit that a little more too. This little horseshoe shape. And this got to do something with that here. Pull this around. We'll hit this side now. Radiant green. Fine, I'll go back to the Indian yellow. I might need to just throw some more, some new Indian yellow out there as well. Gonna throw that down. We'll just take something like this. And again, we're putting some reflected light on this side, but this has a little different color flavor to it. It's not the, as you can see, that was more of an orangey color. This almost has more of a greenish tint to it. Yeah, Thousand Young. I know that it's it's a little tricksy. That's I always worry, right? If someone's not able to do the streaming thing, that generally happened because, well, life got complicated along the way, and I always hope that it's not. I mean, there's complicated, and then there's like mega negative complicated. So I always hope it's just the complicated thing, which might mean a little many more work hours or something, or obviously new kids, or a kid reaches a certain phase, maybe they're, well, in Grand Oracle's case, doing all kinds of stuff with scouts and swimming and everything else, and well, that's going to absorb a bit of time. So this right here also is not the lightest light that we can do. It's relatively light. I want to say it's a light middle tone. So here, see, we're getting some of that green over here. Why? Because remember, there's going to be snow here. We have got to find some way to reflect that snow onto this surface here. Up here, it's going to be more of the orange, right? But down here, more of that greenish look. Can't have too much thinner in this either. But again, you can see we're not doing a whole lot of mixing on the palette, right? Because we want our mixing to happen over here. So again, more orange on that side, more of the greens on this side. And you can see that sort of playing out then again over here, right on the shield. Like so. Also here, there. Okay, and you know, I'm going to do the greenish stuff. Is that supposed to be... What's on the other side of that? Okay, so, alright. I think I got this. Okay, I've got this right. I'm just looking at it going, I wonder if we actually have that going oriented the right way. Now, let's try and do something with the hair. And we are trying to get something that's got a little bit more of a lemon yellow look to it here. Okay, so that it stands out from the golds, which again have more of an orangey feel to them. Again, there is no color mix. I just took the Hansa yellow and I am just brushing that on here. You can see how dark that brush is on the end. That's some of that darker glazing stuff, essentially as we call it, the post glaze instead of pre-glaze. So instead of lighter primer doing the pre-glaze, which is that darker stuff which we partially wipe away, we start with a much darker primer. We basically dry brush on some simple lighter colors generally. I know some folks will say, well, yeah, it kind of looks like a zenithal or whatever. But as we like to say, it's an active zenithal, right? Because unlike a zenithal priming, which is just dead and you paint over it, well, here I can still mix with that lighter dry brush that I did, or if it was a pre-glaze, I can still be mixing with that pre-glaze an hour or two later. Hey there, Horns fan. Yeah, Horns fan, it's been a couple of 3-hour-ish sleep nights for me here, so I understand that. So Horns fan, I was busy. I was not around. I don't know what. Since you are reporting history there with the White Sox, have they lost enough games to have that worst record? Have they achieved the dream? I guess that's that's the question. Have they achieved the dream of being the worst team ever to play professional baseball? Because of course that is what they're going for. Because again, here in Chicago, hope does not spring eternal. In April, it just springs a leak. Because that's how baseball is in this town. So they've tied it. And now Horns fan, do they have 1 or 2 games left? I mean, it would be definitely a shame if they were to fail again to achieve history. Throw some of the fast matte white in with that. Let me see. They needed to win the last 6, not to have it, but wow. Yeah, Horns fan, of course. They can't even, well, didn't we say it before? They can't even lose right? Yeah, they can't even lose right. Now, Horns fan, unfortunately, I will not be able to stream on Saturday, so the college football report gets delayed, and of course we have the first true mega matchup. Wouldn't you say? I mean, it's Bama and Georgia, right? Well, that is if there's anything left of either of those states. I guess that's the caveat there. If there's anything left, maybe they'll play on Saturday. Not sure how much is left of Georgia. I think actually Alabama mostly missed this. Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, not so much. Now, if they're playing in Georgia, obviously that will be in that dome, but well, no, actually, never mind. That's the SEC championship, unless they move it there. I haven't seen any. I was a little bit busy doing other stuff today, so I did not see if that was going to be a possibility of a venue change or something. Now, where's my Indian yellow here? Is this it? Nope. There it is. We're just going to get some of this out here. So said yeah, I guess that, well, it does sort of depend because there's that Fujiwara going on there. Which I do believe has pushed all that stuff much further south. Fine, fine, fine. I'll get a little bit of the Mars yellow deep in there too. All right, there we go. Okay, and see that's gonna start really changing this up. Holy smokes, yes indeed. Now, thanks, Horns fan. Geez, did you see the other one that we started? And I know you'll be absolutely shocked to see that there's object source light in it, because we never do that here, right? It's such a rare thing to see object source lighting. Where did you go? There you are. So yeah, we're 2 hours 33 minutes ago. Those had no paint on them whatsoever. So next stream is tomorrow, the usual Friday stream. Won't be able to stream on Sunday as a makeup because I've got to do the Council of Miniature Painters on Sunday. So the next stream most likely would be Mega Armada Mondays. So that would be most likely the next stream would be Monday. I don't know. I don't think we'll be doing a Tuesday stream because there's a family, uh, basically a medical thing that is most likely going to be happening that day. So I don't think I will be doing a stream that day. I mean, it kind of, well, that may not even happen. So maybe if the tests show that that can't be started on next Tuesday, maybe we do. Maybe that's our substitute Saturday. Now we're getting the lighter stuff on the shield here. We'll have to make sure we get some of the blue reflected there, but that just severs blue, and then this is just a little partial mix of some of the white, some of the Indian yellow, and a little bit of the Mars yellow deep. Let's do this here. And of course, once we've been showing this too because this is going to be the next tutorial video. What we're going to do is we're going to take the Stynylrez primer, the Green Stuff World, and Liquitex inks, and basically primer paint this with camo, and then do the oils over the top of that. So That should be very fun. Yeah, here, let's put that in here. Oh, we need to get some of that lighter stuff up there too. Blending brush. Where'd you? Nope, not with that one. We'll use this as a blending brush here. So surface tension. Now Harlan Miniatures has done two different versions, basically, of the steam tank, right? I still would like to print out the one that actually has the interior, because that one I know I have. I don't. I think maybe I have the other one too. All right, now we'll try and get some of the later stuff snuck in on this side here. Also there. So again, starting to bring out some of the later stuff here too. So see you later there, Horns fan. So Horns fan, thanks for joining as long as you could. And I know what you mean about the having to get back at it super early there. So have a good one there, Horns fan. All right, we get some of our light there. Also over here. Nope. Not sure. Yeah, that's really more of a strat. I don't know about having the gold there, but we're going to do it anyways. Get some of that light on that little wedge right there. I'm going to go even more towards the green. I'm actually going to mix the perline black in there. Blend it. You know what? No. I'm not going to use that one as my blending brush. I'll use. I'm going to use this here. There we are. So now, sort of looking like we have a little bit of reflected light on this. It's pointed towards the ground or towards this. Should really have more of a greenish tinge. Why? Because of the snow. Yes, it's not on the base yet. It will be. I don't know if I'll be doing a video on putting snow on the. I mean, maybe I do. I guess. We'll see. Well, that sounds like fun. There, surface tension. That sounds very fun. I think I have a steam tank from Highland Miniatures. Was it Lost Kingdom? I don't know about Lost Kingdoms, but Last Sword might have done one actually. That also, well, some kind of weird little wrappings on the arm. I want to get a little something on there. You know what? While I'm thinking about it here, let me get this. So that's the blue from the clothes. There is reflecting on that shield. It's going to be gold, right? It's going to have to be reflecting something. Now, there's a couple of other areas here where we didn't get the blue on these crazy little wrappings that go through the hair. I think there's another one that goes over there. And this one. I knew there was like a really obvious one that I just kind of forgot. Maybe we'll even throw a little bit of the blue reflecting again onto that. And you can see we haven't done anything that is white. No white or anything like that. Really not even close. I'm going to see if I can maybe do a little bit of a skin tone here before we proceed on to the lighter blues. Yeah, here, let's just keep rolling with that. Yeah, maybe a little less thinner, though. Oh, yeah, definitely less thinner. Yeah, you can sort of see the fingers there. We'll get some of the arm there. Surface tension, I know that Highland Miniatures did an Empire, was it Sunland or something like that? I think that's their Empire thing. But it was like a diorama thing, and there was a banner. I think there was a wounded soldier. I don't. Well, let's see. I don't think. Well, I was just wondering if something like Men at Arms, or what are they? No. Let's see. Where is the Hundred Kingdoms stuff here? These guys here. Not Men at Arms. Mounted Squires. Mounted Squires. That's the thing I'm trying to spit out. I wonder if you could use mounted squires and have them, sitting on certain parts of the tank. It would. So it's a little bit like our T-34-85 there, huh? It's like, oh, what's going on back there? Ah, nothing, boss. Everything's just great. Yeah, I'm smelling vodka. Also smell burning. What you doing back there? It's like, no, nothing, man. Nothing at all. It's not like I'd be standing here with a lit bottle of vodka on top of a frozen fuel can. That'd be crazy. It's like, I know you're doing something funky back there. So there you go. That's the tank rider escapades right there. You never know what they're getting up to. Okay, yeah, that's starting to have a little bit of a contrast now with some of our blue, and we're just gonna keep making that a little bit lighter in some places over here. So Grand Oracle, let's do both of them, but let's do this one here. So yeah, take a look at the two sides, cooler, warmer. We take away the cool and the warm, what we got? Oh, still you can. I mean, that does look bright over there, but you lose, right? You lose that stuff. Now here, now that we're starting to get things a little bit lighter, well, it doesn't matter. I mean, there's just so little contrast here until we do this, and then all of a sudden, oh, look at that. Big time, that's all color contrast. Now, oh yeah, surface tension, one of the things I was telling Recoil, I've got to go into AI and somehow get it to understand that I wanted to say, let's see, was it the contrast is more than just light versus dark, but I want it rendered as if it was a color blindness chart. And the problem is, as you and I both know, AI does not do text or any kind of lettering well, right? It doesn't understand it. Hey there, Nath Blues, how you doing? Happy Friday, Nath Blues. I hope that you're doing very well, and of course, thanks for joining us again. Appreciate that. Here's hoping that all of your painting endeavors go well. I mean, now I guess, well, it depends if they're supposed to have the pumpkin pants or not. Um, because these guys, well, no, they're just all armored, right? So great to see you again there, Nat Blues. And again, appreciate you being here. And I mean, this thing really has changed in no time flat, hasn't it? Because it was not very long ago that this had basically a whole lot of nothing going on. It's very, very different right now. Don't blink. That's what the weeping angel always says, right? Don't blink. We're also going to, again, need to have some of our... You know what? I think I can do that right here before we even continue. Here, let me get some of this greenish stuff. That will go down here. That's reflecting the snow that will be on there eventually. Get more reflect that. The shield boss. Haven't really done much with that. We're going to have to get to that. And maybe we do that right now. Shield boss. Horizon line. Horizon line there. Horizon line there. Yeah, again, don't blink. It happens very quickly. So see you later there, surface tension. And, well, here's hoping that you don't experience what life is like in the Midwest. Hopefully it's just a regular gray and a regular kind of wet. And a regular kind of wind for you there. So take care of their surface tension. If you want to share your link one more time before you head out the door, please go ahead and do that. I want to... Well, let me see what happens with some of this. I'm going to mix some of this. Maybe a touch lighter for some of that. It's also, it is actually pointed at the ground too. We gotta factor that in. You know what? I'm gonna put a little something on the tree here. I don't want to do too much because if I'm gonna be hanging icicles off of it and the snow, we don't want that to be too late. Now here you can look at this one. Also a conquest mage. You can see, right? The tree has to be a little bit darker so that snow shows up, and then we got the icicles there. That's what we're gonna do on this little tree right over here. So again, surface tension, thanks for being here. Appreciate that. I'm going to break down, there we go. I had to break down a little bit more of that asphaltum there. Just to get that away from the blue. Yeah. So check out that link that Surface Tension just posted. There's some really spectacular oil painted miniatures there. Yep. Yep. When in doubt, make things darker. And I'm actually going to roll with some of the violet and the asphaltum here. We're not doing dark lining here. This is actually a color we're trying to tint things as well as sharpen some edges. So it's less about just, we're not, again, outlining anything. There's actually, we're trying to get that color in there, that sort of a brown-violet mix in there. Okay. Perhaps a little bit of that up on the top. Oh, look at that. See how that sharpens that edge up there? Look at that. Well, there's many types of contrast. As we just discussed earlier, people always think light and dark. They usually don't think warm and cool. They usually don't think saturated and unsaturated. The other thing they don't think about is edge contrast. And that's what we're basically kind of infusing in a few places here is edge contrast. And well, you're going to see it now. I'm going to get me some more of my fast matte white out here. let's see. So Rico just tried to make that image with the AI. And it just made the red and green colorblind test. Well, Recoil, if you don't mind sending it to me, that would be helpful because well then, but I still your great success with the Lord of the Rings gummy bear images was just beyond imagination. That was such a spectacular series of results there. So well, thanks for giving it the try there, Recoil. I just thought, we're trying to do the merch. Obviously, Armored Wolf did 2 batches of the fabulous stickers, which you can get on the Armored Wolf Productions Etsy page. So, yep, 2 sets of them. All of our favorite chapters from the Book of Wappel. But obviously, one that we really like is the contrast is more than just light versus dark, and I thought that could go on t-shirts. Because we don't have anything like that. And I thought, well, that could be interesting. So see how that's already starting to look at this. Now when we get it here on the edge of the shield, blammo, look at that. See how that now looks sharper? That's what's going to make it look like metal, right? The fact that it is sharper. That means you've got to have some of those harder lines. It doesn't mean that the edge is the same color all the way, whatever. It needs changes there too. And this is also set up by all the dark. Remember how this that was looking sort of light before, right? That reflected light we were putting there. Well, it was actually essentially a dark middle tone. Now we're really starting to get some of our lights on there, and again, this is really starting to transform here. What was the other thing we were trying to do? Recoil, where it was the L. Ron Hubbard. That's right, and L. Ron John, and it didn't want to do it right because because it was a known person, I guess. Yeah, I think that was our attempt from the last stream. Other eye here. And we have to get, again, some of that greenish color in these that we did on the other one. Can't all just be the gold there. Yeah, recoil, those were really hilarious. For sure. I'm going to let that just mix into the asphaltum. It's already there. No, that's maybe too much towards the yellow. We won't do that. But I am going to try and use some of this out here because we haven't actually gotten our lightest light out here yet on any of this, well, banner thing-ish. Yeah, recoil, those are really fantabulous. That's just it's very appropriate, right, to what L. Ron John and L. Ron Hubbard are here in the channel. Oh, yeah, here we go. Try to get some. We haven't gotten our latest light up here on the top of the banner yet. Again, that's mostly a light middle tone there at this point. So a little more light up there. Oh, also on the Instagrams, we have sort of some group shots there of the Morgul Knights that we were painting on stream. So that's on the Instagrams. And we'll hit this. Oh, wait, wait. There we go. Get a little bit more of the light there. We certainly need to throw some more light on the top of the shield there. Let me see what we're doing on these surfaces here. We still need to get these lights. I thought so. Hey there, Mom. How you doing? Yeah, recoil. That was. I mean, that's again the most the mob boss of Middle Earth right there, right? Recoil. So everybody say hello to Mom. How you doing there, Mom? Everybody can say hello to Recoil's Mom. Great to see you. Hey, Small Brush, welcome back. How you doing there, Small Brush? So nice to see you. Happy Friday. Because now it is a happy Friday. And of course, it's not a Flying Fences Friday here. But for places in the southeast, I do believe it is. Now, let me see if we can start to get some of our lighter skin tones, like our lightest skin tones here. So great to see you, Mom. I hope that you are doing well. I hope that Squeak is doing well. Hopefully everybody is doing really well. Now this tree here is going to, here we have to work around the tree. We'll probably have to get some, oh that's right, Perline Red. Got to get me some of that on the palette for the skin tones here. We need, there we go. So great to see you again there, Mom. More of our lighter skin tone along here, and then like I said, we will get some of that red out on the palette. It's a nice sort of a crimson color, not so much scarlet, because we have that. We already have the Nephthol Scarlet out here on the palette. In fact, that's some of that's even on the brush here. So small brush, if you wanted to post anything you've been working on in the chat. Same thing, Rico, I know it was a while ago that you posted some of your Rangers there. Everybody also please give Rico13 a follow, because, well, Rico might be streaming later on in the day here. So please give Rico13 a follow. Nah, I gotta get me back to some of the more gold-ish colors there. You know, let me get this Perline Red out here before I forget again. Not gonna be much. Just, I mean, well, a little more than that. We needed something slightly more than nothing. We mix, and we attack here. Also there. Also in here. We're gonna revitalize that brush a little. There we go. Oh, we're going to do this now. So everybody please check out that Instagram link. Check out that Instagram link that Rico just shared. There we are. We'll get ourselves a little bit of this crimson color into the skinny tones there. A little more on the arm. Pretty much got that hand set right there. I might try to get a little teensy bit of that on the underside of the hand here. There we go. So we're at the 3 hour mark now. And again, 3 hours ago, these two figures, well, they had no paint on them at all. None, not a Zippo. That's where we're going to make a change here too. We wanted that to be a little bit more towards a kind of a reddish type color there. I might even go more towards the violet, which is easy enough to do with something like, say, that. Looks like some of our lighter turquoise also was mixing with that. So now I'm going to try to get me some of the lighter blues in here. So thank you so much, Armored War, for posting a link to the Patreon page. Like I said, our next tutorial video is going to be that again the experiment where we take the primer, the Steiner's primer, mix it with the inks to see if we can basically paint the miniature with that kind of ink primer combo. We've done that certainly before on other miniature painting vids. So everybody, yes, we've got Recoil having some. It's so much fun, right? Recoil doing that because you never quite know what the result is going to be, and sometimes it's just kind of weird, and sometimes it's just really absolutely fantastical. Now here, let me get some of the paint out of this brush here. Gotta grab me a paper towel to do that. And then do a little blending brush trick once again there. This is nowhere near the lightest blue that we're going to be doing here. We're kind of just getting underway with that. You know what? We need to hit that over there. I have to get some muscini tones over there. I was thinking that was cloth, but I think that's actually supposed to be skin tone. So we'll make that change. No big deal. So thanks Recoil. I definitely could use a wee bit of a chuckle there. Yeah, we'll break that down somewhere. There's still a little chunk of that Severus blue there on the brush. More of our light going there. We gotta get the still streamer things on the banner as well. More light up there. Blending brush again, sure. And the same deal here. You know what? That should probably be later. Now, Blades is back. Blades. Hopefully, you were just trying to go to sleep and you couldn't go to sleep unless you're still at the hospital there. Hopefully not, because it's 2:37 there for you. So, again, hopefully, well, not that not being able to sleep is a good. I'm glad that you're home. Glad that you're home. And of course, the blades. Well, if you wanted to, right? You want to share anything in the chat? Please go ahead. There we are. Here, let's make that a little lighter. Steel. This stuff up here will start the process of making that lighter too. Also, well, no, I have to hit the Prussian blue slash Payne's gray combo, I think. On the hair stuff there to make that darker. Blending brush again here. Blades, well, talk about sleep streaming. That's kind of about what we had here. Yeah. Now, I think we maybe had about 4 hours the night before, and well, no, maybe 3 hours the night before, and about four me-ish maybe last night. Hashtag there's no sleep in Wappelville, right, Blades? Because it can be a real thing, right, Blades? I mean, sleep streaming, and it doesn't have to be fueled by Alka-Seltzer plus cold medicine either. Now, if you want to guarantee the fact that you'll be sleep streaming, then by all means enjoy some of the Alka-Seltzer plus cold medicine. It's very effective at what it does. It also will knock you out too. Blades, there was more fromage. There was more fromage. So I took the that Gouda cheese, and that was mixed with the ground turkey fajita mix, and so it was sort of like a bit of a almost like a burrito. Who knows? We might actually, well, I might have to make a KD or something like that tonight after the stream. I don't know. What are we doing here? Yeah, we're doing this. Because fromage, right? What was the other? Oh, and then we did the air fryer. This is a cuisine channel after all. Now we took those fabulous new. Oh, I gotta send you the pictures of those two spices that Kathy's sister sent me. That was what, the hickory smoke. No, the hickory sea salt flakes. I mean, those, and the ones that smelled just like a campfire. That was fabulous. Now here, let's get this a whole bunch lighter here, shall we? As in a whole bunch lighter. What are we at? About 3.5 hours? Oh no, we're only at 3 hour 10 minutes in here. Again, we've got not just this one, but also this one. And both of those figures, 3 hours and 9 minutes ago, had no paint on them at all. They were completely paint-free objects. The oils just, well, a lot of the free blending that we get here, right? I mean, that's happening here, literally right there on all this cloth. Instead of layer after layer after layer, we just plop on something that's much lighter and then just let it mix. Or the other way around, you can do that too. Could go darker and do that. So small brush, these are from Battlecraft Supplies. These are really, really fantastic because there's all different kinds of rigs here. Now, this one is kind of the standard small one. There's a new small one. They sent me the prototype, and I just got these, what, yesterday? So it's the same thing, except you can unscrew this, and I've added sand and pennies in there. So that's got a counterweight. We actually have another. Oh, here it is. Here's a bigger one. Somewhere's around here. Where did that go? Is that all? Oh, that's over here. And these are the ones that we use on terrain. Here you can unscrew this, put a whole different rig on there. So you can see this is much bigger. This also can be unscrewed here. Tons of pennies and sand in there as well. And that's what we use to paint our terrain pieces on. So if you watch the last, uh, again, our Monday stream, where, whoops, sorry, we were painting another one of these. You can even see it, that little black part of the holder there on the underside of the ship. Ah, well, thanks for that. Now, oh, at Grand Oracle, did you, you used your coupon code, right? So hopefully you get a little something extra in the box in addition to the savings. So yeah, I think it's just Wappelius is the code. If you use that code, you will save yourself some money, and then you also get a little extra treat there in the box too. So yeah, Grand Oracle, these things have really been, well, like that vehicle that you just saw. There's almost no way I could paint that thing. What I'm going to do is just hot glue it to that because, well, it would have been nice to have for this because, as you can see, right, that's where we had to use the dead paint container, right, and blue tack it to that. So yeah, it's going to be much nicer having the, yeah, I'm really liking those new rigs. Yeah, it's just if you use the Wappelius one, it basically kind of that's his way to recognize that, okay, you know, it's all you're part of the Linseed Fellowship. Yeah, so consider it the Linseed Fellowship bonus there. Hey there, Thranuel. Nice to see ya. So, Thranuel, hopefully you had a chance to check out the rats. As in Army Painting Series 44. So, yeah, Thranuel, a couple of different things we'll do with the water effects there is try to have like that really atomic, noxious green water, which I know I did that in a video a while ago, like years ago. But we have a few things now that we didn't have back then. Ah, that's fantastic, the Grand Oracle. Let me get a little more light over here. Also there. A little bit more on the top there. And then some of the wrappings up here. Then we got to get that dark. So we'll be going with the Prussian blue, some of the Payne's gray. Yeah, some of the Williamsburg Payne's gray. Not the Winsor Newton. It is definitely ratastic for sure. The again, I wish I had done the little extra rats that we put on the base with the really thin supports, but live and learn, right? Have we? Fine, we won't do that over there. We are going to try and get a little bit more of this lighter blue up there. Also, up there. Over there. So Blades, if you wanted to share any of your stuff in the chat there, please go ahead. And again, everybody please give Blades Blades 81 to follow. So Blades, well, I guess I don't think he'll be doing the Friday stream then at risk of, well, sleep streaming, but I wasn't, hopefully that doesn't preclude you from being able to do the Council of Miniature Painters on Sunday. Although I'm going to need to we're both going to need to get some sleep there before that happens so that we don't both end up sleep streaming. Because Monster Den's just going to end up talking to himself there. It's going to be like, so where's all the miniature painters? I think actually Monster Den was streaming tonight. So again, everybody please give Monster Den Minis a follow. That way on the 29th, I believe, starting at 6 Central, you will be there for the Council of Miniature Painters. I think Runic Raccoon was also going to be doing that. I don't think that PAX West is this weekend. Could be wrong. Oop, and let me lighten that up there. So, but hopefully the other situation has started to work itself out also before yet another situation arose. It's almost like Elrond needs to have a conversation with that situation, make it go away in the way that only Elrond can. You know, I never did get any of the later blue stuff over here, so let's get that working. Come on, there you go. Also there. So that little headdress or whatever. Yeah, there we go. That's starting to stand out a little more. Hey there, Kate. How you doing? Now, Blades, you're on the third floor, aren't you? How in the world are they up there? And I would think that between all the pets, I mean, between Cooper and cats and everything else. Sorry about that, Blades. So everybody please give Kate Creates a follow. And of course, Kate, you want to share anything in the chat, please go right on ahead. And of course, again, here's the two that we started 3 hours and 18 minutes ago. Again, there was nothing on these. So Kate, it was another wild day. We were now the one wild thing is I did get to essentially see what a hurricane is like when it hits when it reaches landfall and storm surge, because there was all kinds of live streaming of that. It's very impressive when, well, streamers that you know are now subjecting themselves to the hostile environment of a Category 4 hurricane. So everybody please check out that Discord link that Kate just shared. And everybody please give Kate Crates a follow while you're at it. And of course, there was live cameras that are all submerged now by storm surge, which I think in some places was supposed to be 20 feet. Yeah, Blades. Now Atlanta, it was getting hit pretty hard, but not quite like necessarily some of the areas in South Carolina and North Carolina and say southwestern Georgia. So yeah, here again the storm surge was very significant. And of course, it's a flat state, so that storm surge is going to travel a little bit further than it might, well, it would travel pretty far here. This is also a flat state. I need to get me a little bit of the light down there. Because, well, I know I mentioned it to AD, and AD said that, well, you know, we live pretty much farther east in North Carolina, and well, I said, you know what, this might be a getting over there. Also learned what the Fujiwara effect is, because again, this is not just a Lord of the Rings channel or an object source line channel or a cuisine channel, and we have had plenty of cuisine, right, Blades? It's not a stream without mentioning some fromage. Yeah, Blades. Before I started the stream, there was, I think, 1.1 mil down, and it was only just getting into the Big Bend of Florida. I did. It's fast moving. If it wasn't fast moving, things would be a ton worse. But size-wise, it is one of the largest. I think it's the largest one to ever hit the Big Bend of Florida. Actually, Blades, technically my sister brought over some fromage because it was a couple of those little home run in, basically single serving pizzas. So technically also more fromage. Ooh, you know, we need to get some of our blue reflected on here. That's what we're missing there. And look at this. It's like we have an eraser, huh? We say, well, we don't like that, but oh, we'll just erase what we don't like and keep what we do. So yeah, see we got now our, oh, let's do a little bit more of this over here. Again, that's our blue reflecting on the metals, because if it's not going to reflect there, it's not super shiny then, is it? Not terribly shiny. I think I need to go a little thinner here, because thin, well, that sticks to thick, and vice versa. Sure enough, there you go. That would not have stuck there if we hadn't. And we're not talking like pin line wash level thinning either. We're just 5-10% more thin than maybe what's already on there. Do the same thing there. See, that sticks no problem. Now there are some cores that will have a little bit of a mischievous nature when it comes to adhesion. That would be reds, pretty much the serial offender right there. Now I won't get into the. Yeah, let's do that. When in doubt, we make things darker. We take. Here, let's get the Prussians back into this. Also, some of the Payne's gray. And there we go. We had some definition here now. Okay, the fun thing is, especially like all this cloth stuff, right? Well, and even this, these little straw, oh, geez, they would drive you nuts, right? They're doing them the old way, right, with the acrylics. But here, all I had to do was just basically take a color, slam it on there, take where's the blending brush, and then just we smooth it all down. And with here, this was a lot of the initial dry brushy stuff. Then we did the pin line washy type stuff, and then we went back in and kind of secured all the lighter stuff, and then all of the skin tones and the things that aren't, well, not necessarily blue and tinted. That's for sure, Thousand Young. Most definitely right. You know what? We're going to change that up too. Oh, there's another place we can use this. I saw the headdress and I'm thinking, well, how's about we do some eyes here? There we go. Now we'll put some of the lighter stuff around it. That was literally a one-stroke eye right there. We were able to do the iris and the surrounding eye lid and all that kind of stuff with literally one brush stroke. Well, that does then remind me of that one watercolor exercise that we had to do where you had 400 brush strokes, sounded like a whole bunch, until I'd have to tell the other person and say, you do realize you've done 2 square inches of that 16-inch painting and you've used up 120 some odd brush strokes. And needless to say, when it came time for them to count what I was going to be doing, the entire surface would be covered in some way, shape, or form by just one brush stroke. You think we're using big brushes here with the oils? Yeah, I should have seen the brushes we were using with the watercolors. Them were big. Horizon line, gotta have that. Horizon, we'll reinforce that horizon line. Now here's a couple of other places that need, again, some edge reinforcement here. Now that we've got some of those latest lights in there, see, and then we'll get one last dose of our latest light on that shield boss. Well, yeah, one more shot of that. Guess we should go all the way around there, and then we'll do this line here. So again, everybody please check out that Discord link that Kate posted, and then please give Kate Crates a follow. All of us, well, it's kind of interesting with the, I've now learned all about the Storm Chaser online or streaming community. That as crazy as I thought some of them were for literally driving, I don't know, 100 yards away from an active tornado, what they were doing down there in, oh, what was the city? No, it's Macon, Georgia. This was, it was the city that was really that's where the eye landed in Florida, where it made landfall. And these guys are out in a parking lot watching transformers explode, watching pieces of buildings come off. At one point, there was a shed that was rolling around in the middle of the road. One of them had like goggles and a wetsuit and a helmet. He had like a bicycle. No, he had a mountain climbing helmet. Everybody had goggles. And when you see their faces getting hit by rain blown at 140 miles an hour, you understand why they wore the goggles. Now the water, blasting up over bridges and roadways. Well, we've seen that in Chicago, especially when there's a weather event called a seiche, because Lake Michigan is essentially a 900-foot deep bathtub. And when the wind pushes the water hard enough from the west, the water comes down on our side, bounces off the Michigan side, and comes back as a mini tidal wave. Except it's so stealthy you don't even realize it until, well, now you're hanging out with some fish. Yeah, so if there's a seiche warning on Lake Michigan, get away from the lakefront. unless you really enjoy fish. So see you later there, Thousand Young. Have yourself a good night's sleep. Appreciate you being here as always. Thank you so much. So again, I'm starting to fire in some of those much lighter lights. Now, where's our? Yeah, here she is. So some of the green that we got on these items here, we're gonna do some of that here. Although I do like the orange there, I might not mess with that too much. So see you later there. Thank you so much, Thousand Young, for hanging out. I need more reflected light down there. Gonna get me a blending brush going here. As we also welcome in Arid. How you doing there, Erican wife? I hope that your Thursday stream was very, very fun. Everybody, please give Erican wife a follow. And of course, Arid, if you want to post your Instagram links there into the chat, please go ahead. We're doing the last couple of figures of this Conquest Valkyrie unit 3 hours and 31 minutes ago. These were paint-free objects. Yes, there was no paint on these whatsoever, and they're going to join along with their fellow Valkyries, which were painted on previous streams and also a tutorial video. So there you go. So again, more of those getting joined by these. No, thanks, Rico. Oh, yeah, those are going to be really amazing. I mean, they are so hilarious, right? So, Irid, again, you want to share any of your links again, please go ahead and do that. And now, were you able to complete I know you can get tons of commission stuff that you're working on right now. Oh, by the way, these are painted with traditional oil paints here. Just traditional oil paints out of the tube. Yeah, yep, we need to get some lighter edges on this. Not sure if that's a belt or whatever. So everybody, please give Erican Wave a follow. And again, as always, great to see you. So these are Conquest miniatures right here. This particular faction, I guess if you want to call it that, is the Nords. These will eventually be getting snow and ice effects, like what you see here. Alright, so they'll be getting something a lot like that. So small brush, I use the same ones that I use all the time for acrylics. It's all the same. Here we go. Basically, this is pretty much what it is. These are just synthetics. I don't use sable brushes. Stopped using those years ago. Cotman does have very similar things to this as well. And then these are the craft brushes. That was 12 of them for $6 that you can get. And that's it. Because again, the oils are no different than the acrylics. They're just paint. Actually, your brushes will like them much better than acrylic paints because, well, the acrylic paints immediately start drying in the spherule the moment you put paint on there. Whereas the oils, that's not going to happen. So it gives you ample opportunity to clean that paint out before it has a chance to really leach down into that ferrule. It's almost like a conditioner for your brush. All right, well, Arid, I hope that always, I'm sure it was, it's always nice, right? That is always a very nice thing. And again, everybody, please give Arid a follow if you could. So yeah, the sables, the quality on those, well, it was dropping year by year, and 2020 was kind of the last straw because the supply became non-existent. And these liner brushes, whoop, here we go. These will last 3 times as long, and they cost 1/3 the price. So that again, not good at math, but that's like a +9. That's a factor of 9 there. which I say, yep, I'm good with that. Something that's going to last that much longer and cost that much less. I can get behind that. I'll use then this again. This is the other key with the oil paints, right? Is the blending brush. So yes, no sable brush is harmed ever on this channel. I've tried. I've just recently I tried some brushes that were supposed to be sable brushes, and holy smokes, they they were barely they were barely good enough for me to be putting glue and texture paste on my bases. So that was, yeah, they're supposed to be fine quality sable brushes, which again these brushes here that are 12 for $6 were infinitely superior, which really shouldn't be that way. It's just kind of how it is. Very strange. And then reduce this. We use the same Steinerres primer. We use the same synthetic liner brush, craft brush, and filbert brush. Sometimes we will even take these brushes, and well, as you can see, as it gets worn down, it's almost like a filbert brush. And sometimes I'll take a flat craft brush and literally cut off the corners of it and create a filbert brush that way. Because why not? Can I get... Yes, that's... I was wondering why that up there was just not quite resonating. There's still some more of our lights that we have to do. Let me hit this a little bit lighter there. Now we got these little doodads in the hair. Or these little, I don't know, earrings, whatever they are hanging off of that headdress. Next thing, going back to some of this very light skin tone, I think. To separate, there we go. It's another little thing we needed to do there. Not bump into the banner. Did I? No, I need. Well, let's see. Let's get a little bit more of our color on there, not just all that light. If we're doing this again. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the YouTube channel. I took, it was one of our sessions with the Morgul Knights, which ironically enough has the very same blue object source lighting that this character figure has. And that is on the YouTube channel there. Basically, I took the session and kind of cut it down a little bit. I think we were painting 2 or 3 miniatures on that stream, and I have one miniature featured in that video. So everybody, please check that out. Of course, you can always watch all of the Twitch sessions. They're all saved as highlights. Now, I can't make playlists or anything like that like you can on a YouTube channel. However, there are thumbnails just like a YouTube channel. so you can find them that way. No, no, no. Gotta go back to the later stuff here. One more time onto the cheek there. Maybe a little more on the lower lip right there. Blending brush again. So you can see this is why we don't have to do tons and tons of layers and brush strokes, all that kind of stuff, right? Because we just slap something on there, we grab a different brush, and then we can manipulate that, push it around. Nothing makes you more keenly aware of that than when you are working with acrylics and you go to do something like that, and you really can't do that. And you say, yeah, that's right, that's not something I can do with the acrylics. Hey there, Landrast. I'm guessing that you got a chance to see a movie tonight since it's 2:14 in the morning here. And hopefully it was a good one. I think you've got kind of a decent run of good luck there with the movies the last few months, I think. I don't think there's been too many meh. I don't think there's really been any stinkers. I want to lighten you up a little there. Also some there. Also some over here. So I haven't heard anything about that. That actually that sounds like an old movie. I don't know, for some reason it almost sounds like some kind of 1930s. Unless it was a remake of something. I guess that's what it was. I don't know why that sounds like a remake of some kind of 1930s movie, but that's just how it strikes me. Well, Landrest, I guess after a while, the law of averages, right? Every so often you are going to run into, well, something that ain't so great. Hopefully the tickets were not full price or how much ever tickets are. So again, I got some of that greenish stuff going over on this side here. Yep, Landras, they can't all be blank canvas miniatures. Sometimes they gotta get paint on them. Oh, here we go. Actually, Landrast, what was it that Highland Miniatures put out in their email? Wasn't it yesterday or something? I think he's going back doing some more Empire stuff. I forget what the heck it is that he's doing with some of the Empire stuff. Okay. A unit fill, that's it. Yeah, so I don't. Was there any pictures in that? And I'm just taking the Indian yellow with a little teensy touch of some of the asphaltum there. And this is more about doing some tinting here, right? Because the Indian yellow is so translucent already. It is funny, Landra, after all of the work you were doing on unit fillers, I just kind of was thinking, wait a minute, hasn't Landras been working on unit fillers for a wee while now? I guess the next question is, has M. Towies gotten back to painting his Tomb Kings? Oh, that's the other thing I haven't done yet. Wow, okay. There is no, there's nothing that's lighter back here. And again, we can do that blind blending stuff, right? I'm just going to chuck some of that in there. I'll take this here brush, and then we're going to push that around. Yeah, that's for sure. No gratitude right there, huh? No gratitude. We'll have to paint shame him on stream, I guess. Either that or just tell him that if he doesn't paint the miniatures, all of those compromising images are going to hit the Instagrams. Now let's get to, we're going to get a little bit of light on the top of this shield boss right here. Never did that. Okay, there we go. That was something that we were missing there. I think, no, we should leave the light on the other side of that. Try and, no, that would be just too late for something, again, that is in shadow. We don't want to be doing that. What's going on with this over here? And lighten that up a bit there too. And again, so that is, yeah, I'm gonna go, oh yeah, let's go a little bit lighter on the headdress. I was just looking at this one here. Let's go a little lighter on that headdress thing there. We should do that. Yeah, I think we got some white over here. Yes, we still have some of our fast matte white. That is good. Take some of you. You're gonna go in there. So it's got a little tint at least of that Sevres blue. There we go. I have more of that lighter blue in there. Couple more touches of the light maybe on the cloth out there. There's a few other things. Oh yeah. See, that's got to actually go more towards the. Let me see if I can just use one of these brushes for doing that to change this from the blue to a yellow. Now to something that's an even lighter yellow. Looks like we did. Yeah. Now some of that also in there, like you do. Which one? Here it is. Whoops, that's not the yellow. We need this over here. Nope, still too much paint on there. There we go. That's more like it. And I'm looking at that. Yeah, we got to get some more skin tone, and that's the other thing that's missing there. No problem. We can do that. We can do that. No problem. More of that lighter blue down there. Also, some of that over here. So we're back to at least a mid. That's still too late. Okay, that's more of a mid-range skid tone. We got that going here. Back here. Also there. Now we're going to try to go lighter also, and maybe get some of our scarlet in there too. Put some of that down in there. I think I'm going to try and get some lighter stuff here with the skin tone as well. Here, let me get this blending brush, push some of that around, hit it again, and now go a whole bunch lighter on that skin tone. There. With more blending brush action, I might just, fine, we'll use this. That's more like it. Chin. Come on, make that lighter. I wonder, I'm gonna put this on the, yeah, that did kind of work there, I guess. I'm wondering, well, I guess I could go back with some of the Doric in here. Since where the shield is further up from the body, I thought, boy, if I could get a little bit more of the light down in there, that'd be a good thing. Get a little bit of the lighter skin tone there, maybe some of it here. And then on this, back with the thinner again. And we'll roll like that. Now remember with these, with the Valkyrie here, it took, especially with the shield, the only way to get those on was with the super glue. The figures themselves, plastic glue for that, but when it came time to putting the shields on these things, you basically just have to use the super glue. Learn that the hard way. Let me try and lighten up this right here on this arm there. Let's hit the arm up here too to lighten that up a little more. When in doubt, make things darker, so let's do that on this side here. And then I might need to tint that more towards it. It's hard to say, but I'm definitely going to get me some more of the dark here. Okay, I think we're good on the darks up on that stuff. What about this shield here? Let me take some of our scarlet color here. And some of the Indian yellow. We either that or we go really bonkers, or we take some of our, well, that'll make an orange for sure if we do that. So that is Perline red with some of the Indian yellow. I want to sharpen up the edges, plus get some of that orange in there. And just like we've done on the shields, some of the other ones, we're going to put some of that up here. It's looking at that going, there's a little bit too much of just a continuous blast of that yellow. You've taken some of that away now. And also let me, so instead of the green like we did on the other ones, I'm going to go more towards this orange here. Because that will kind of serve as a little bit of contrast to the blue. We'll put some of that here on the banner thing on this side. Yep, we'll hit these little whatevers there. Again, about 4 hours ago, these two had no paint on them. I'm just saying. Hit that. Yeah, with some of the orange, sure, why not? Maybe even that a little more. Some more of the orange there. Don't want to overdo it and go really, really bonkers with this, but I think I'm going to get some of that down in here too. That edge, these two edges, got to restore. Yep, I had to restore both of those edges. Oh, there's another area that does not have anything on it. Let me see if I can take the Van Dyke Brown. All right, and well, we got the green mixed into it. That's the radiant green there. These rocks over here, again, I don't want to go too crazy doing those because we have the snow that's got to go here. And if this is too late, the snow will, but just by comparison, your eye's not going to have anything else to compare it to. Right, so if you got the snow over here and this is really light, what we're doing, that snow by comparison is going to look kind of on the dingy side. So you want this to be, right, the darker stuff. You always, as a little bit of, again, that contrast game goes much further than just light versus dark. That's why we do those, that's why we like to do those film noirs, because they really do show that you can have something that's almost the same value, but if it's got a different color to it, or a different saturation level to it, or a different color temperature, it's amazing to see how the eye can tell those apart. Actually, land dress, the thing we were talking about, seeing if we could go into AI just to do a merch t-shirt or something like that, where we take the contrast is more than just light versus dark, bring it into AI, and it does, basically it does that book of Wappel phrase, but as a color blindness test, right, with the red and green dots. So if you understand, if you can see that there is more than just light versus dark, the contrast, you can read that chapter. If you can read this chapter, you should adhere to it. Now, maybe not everybody can, because I do know people that are actually colorblind. Some of them actually try to paint miniatures too. No kidding. We'll get me some light here on these wrappings, like you do. What is going on with this? Do I need to, let me try darker first, and then maybe a very, very light highlight next to it. Again, mold lineage there, making that a little tricksy. Yeah, Landrast, I figured of all the, it would literally be like a color blindness test for AI. Is trying to have it do something like that, but with words. Because so far, anything I've tried to do with AI that involved words, I've either gotten very lucky, doing like minimal words and it worked well enough, or it was just a disaster. Let me try and get a little bit light up there, and now maybe some more of that really, really light blue here. Ah, good. We still have some of our fast matte white up there. We mix it with the blue over here to get that last little bit of lightest blue in there. Also onto that. Just letting that blend with whatever is right there. Now maybe on the back of the banner here. No, we've got that just about as light as that can really be. Oh, no, wait a minute. Here we go. Yep. Never really did get that edge or that edge there. We'll take our blending brush to it. Hey there, figures. How you doing? So Simplex Merci there. Thank you so much for the kind words. I really do hope that it kind of makes the journey of the oil paints a little bit easier, for sure. You know what? We're gonna try and catch a little more of that, and of course, hopefully, provide a wee bit of entertainment and relaxation along the way. We have had ourselves some puppet shows tonight. Oh, that's right. We even had a hype train, courtesy of Recoil. Yes, indeed, a fabulous hype train. Almost a level 2. It's pretty darn close, I believe. Did I really? Let's see if we can get a little bit more of the reflected light there. All right. Nope, not gonna hit that tree. We don't need that any lighter. That's like the last thing we want to have get that much light on it. What about these things down in there? Not so sure. Ooh, that's right. We needed the dark blue. I was looking at this going, yeah, I think we need to have the Prussian blue slash Payne's gray mix there. Might even use it down in there to separate those, and perhaps even a little separation over here too on the headdress again. Oh yeah, we changed over this gemstone. We still haven't done the mid and later portions of that. So now we got the mid, and let's see what we can do here for the lighter stuff. And this is much thicker paint. It should. Yes, indeed. That was, again, thin over thick and vice versa. Let me do this. Come on. Oh, we're going to lighten up that too. And also that thing up there. That a little bit more. set you to the side, and let's get back to this boy. That it's really interesting to see the difference in the Prussian blue from the Severus blue. Wow, that's really interesting to see all that difference. So figures, I hope that well, painting has been treating you well lately. More light down in there on some. You know what? I'm gonna go some of the orange here. Some of the asphaltum. And then let me see if we can take our Indian yellow and see if we can't get something, some kind of lighter gold-ish thing, whatever. There's oh, I think it's supposed to be almost like a torque. That's what I'm seeing here. I guess it would make sort of sense, maybe with the Nords, for them to have a torque. Alright, come on, a little more here. Nope, nope, nope. There. Alright, that's good enough. We never really did figure out what we wanted to do on the end of this spear, lance, whatever. I think we also have to get some more of our rust color on this, the Skelly Friend's sword. So we've got this, and we'll mix it with a little bit of the Mars Yellow Deep. Nope, that is just kind of turned into a bit of a skin tone right there. So let's grab this. That's more like it. Come on, there we go. Take it down onto the, yeah, onto the Skilly Friend there. Downer, I don't know if I want to make that any lighter. Let me see if making that darker will also maybe help indicate, yeah, okay. I think that's what we had to do, is make that a little on the darker side. Maybe the same over here. With our wolf, you know, I'm going to try to get a little more separation on the chompers there. I think over here, yeah, let's try to get that away from the blue. Yep, we need to do that. Let's get some of the, I think the Mars Yellow Deep might even be enough there. Because that really is not being influenced by the object source lighting out here. Let's get the top of that a little more. Yeah, something along those lines. Might even, well, there's some of that lemon yellow in there now. This can't get too light because, again, that's going to look like object source shading if it does. So, gotta keep that in mind at all times. When you're doing the object source lighting, the ambient light starts getting too light. Your light source will not, it's going to look like a light shadow. It's not going to look like a light source. Doesn't matter if they're wearing a white robe or anything like that either. I mean, where's our Ah, here he is. Okay, so Saruman has white robes. If there's no shadows in between the white robes and the blue light, it's not going to look like he's got a little light there, is it? Not at all. I try to get folks to realize that all the time. No, that's going to actually be almost more of a green ish something. Well, reflected light, first of all, that's one of the things I'm looking for there. We're trying to get a little more light on the skelly friend down here, on some of the on the skull here. No, I'm not gonna do the other side. We'll let that be for now. So these are from the Conquest. What is it? Last Argument of Kings. Parabellum War Games, I believe, is the name of the company. We're working on several different armies. This one, Nords. We got Wardrune, Sorcerer Kings. We will be. That's right. We'll have our first ever army painting series on the Sorcerer Kings. And get this too. Yeah. And we'll get more of that lighter stuff there. It's got some of the yellow in it. Ooh. Let me try the orange first up here. This is that other mix that we had made for the other figure. Let me get some of the orange in here, because that sort of indicates that's up here, whereas anything that's pointed towards the ground tends more towards the greenish side of things. Does this need? I think we. Well, speaking of the greenish, let's do that. It's got more of the green in it there. I mean, it's pointed all this gray right here, so that's why I'm not doing the orangey stuff, right? Because this again pointed up towards this guy, kind of like what we have here. Recoil, yes. The next thing you know, there'll be sorcerers, kings, and merchants. There'll be the merchants too. Okay, that went a little bit weird direction there. Take a touch more of my light over here. And oh yeah, let's lighten up that too. So Rico, if you wanted to again share your Instagram link there of the Rangers. Actually, now Rico, you said you had some technicals that you were going to be doing also, if I remember right. Sorry if I'm spacing here. Now it's getting to be. It's on its way to 3 a.m. here. Yep, I'm going to try and do a little something with this. Maybe even a lighter skin tone. I mean, we have this over here. Let me work with this. Come on. There we are. I know. I don't even know if you'll be able to see the stupid eye here, but we'll try and do one just for the heck of it here. At least on this side. Over there, you just can't really see it, so not really worth playing around with there. I will see if I can do some tinting over here with the orange on this, and that seems to work. Actually, it does makes it a little bit less towards the light as well, so that was good. Yeah, something like that. Nope, that was. There's just something strange right on this here. It's maybe some of our initial darker gray. There we go. Now we've kind of overcome that. Ooh, that's gonna be. I think that's gonna be really nice there. I think it's gonna be fantastic. No, gotta leave that dark. Gotta leave that darker. Well, speaking of darker, how's some Van Dyke brown? That is something we haven't really done. Yeah, let's get some Van Dyke brown going out here. Van Dyke brown. Maybe okay, maybe a little bit of the Mars black too. Yeah, we'll do that. Right down in here. It's not a pin line wash. It's pretty close. It is. It's in the neighborhood. But if you go back to the beginning where we really were doing the pin line wash stuff in here, we here and went all the way around. So that's we don't want to do too much of it. So just enough that it kind of flows, but not too much. Not too much. Well, recoil, I'll see what I can find. I don't know. Actually, Hartolia miniatures, I think theirs is mostly Second World War stuff, recoil. But I don't know, just maybe, and they're on My Mini Factory. So maybe just go over there. Again, it might be all Second World War era, unless you already have looked over there. But yeah, give Hartolia miniatures a little look see there, and again, I think I might even have some other vehicles, but I have a whole. Well, let's see, I've got Italian Semavantes that need to be printed out. I have a whole bunch of French vehicles that definitely need to be printed out in a major way. And let me darken this up a little. That too. Man, Rico, it's just so weird, right? That well, it's sort of like AI. I mean, sometimes you find exactly the thing you're looking for, and then sometimes it's a struggle to find the most basic thing, right? Oh, like the hockey players. Yeah, couldn't find STL files of just hockey play, generic hockey players and baseball players. That's all I wanted. And yet, for whatever reason, that was insanely difficult. This thing, oh yeah, I think what I would like to do. Okay, good. We still have some of our floral blue sitting over here. Because that light actually sort of hits that. But I also, it's not just the light. I need to kind of intensify just the straight up color that's there. Here, let's get some of the Prussian blue over here. Yeah, that's the weird thing. The Hartolia figures, or the like the terrain stuff. If you can only tell by the price. If it's like it's $2 or $3 or something, you know that's a really tiny file. It must have been some of his earlier work or something like that. That's all I can figure. Is that it must be just some kind of let's try. No, let's leave that going. Now this, I think we still need to have that be darker, but I might also let a little bit of the blue influence that. And then that, ooh, we need to get some of our light over there. All right, we can do that. We can get some light over there. Not too much at first. Let's roll with this for now. And now we'll take some of this. It's going to go right here. Yeah. Right along that line so that the light's coming down here. Now it looks like it. Just wasn't looking like that before. Touch more of the light there. You know what? This looks a little strange. We're just going to drag that over. We'll do that. Let's get some of the dark on either side here. And then, why don't we just use some of the Mars yellow deep here with a little more thinner in it. Shazam, there we go. That's what we needed. And then some lighter stuff on the top of that, maybe there. Also some light over here. So I'll get a little bit of a programming note. The usual Saturday stream won't be able to do that. Just again, we have to help out with that block party thing. And here's hoping that all works out because again, there essentially really has never been one here. All these new folks kept asking, so when's the block party? I'm like, what? Never had one here. And we're adding more of that. There we go. Now we got that lightest rust in here. Now recoil, well, yeah, I mean, especially with the resin printing stuff, I mean, gee whiz. Those Anycubic Mono X's, and of course, yeah, recoil, it's not like you need a 12K print. I'm using a 4K. I still just use a 4K printer. Yeah, if we were producing a line of miniatures or something like that, well, okay, you need maybe the quality there, but you and I are not producing a line of miniatures, are we? So we can maybe, I think, get away with some stuff that's not quite so snazzy, for sure. I'm gonna try a couple of dorks here. Let me, and this might almost be more of a pin line wash type of a thing here. That is actually more of a pin line wash. That's the Payne's Gray. Recoil, and now of course, just like those jazz drives and zip drives we were talking about, right? That were super expensive then, and of course, well, gee whiz, that the painting pyramid videos. What was I using? I had to burn DVDs for those. Now I could just put them all in one little USB drive, and that would be it. Well, not now. Not that there's 2,000 hours of videos there, and that I'm not kidding about when I say that there's got to be 2,000 hours by now. I'm also gonna see if I can. Yeah, I could. Yep, that a little bit dark right over there. Yeah, I'm gonna try and darken this down too. Those things are that I might go a little stronger. I'm glad I didn't do the green stuff on them. I'm maybe gonna go a little stronger with the orange. So let's try this. Pearline red and the Indian yellow. Of course, if I had the fabulous Puro orange, that would make quite the impact. Let me try this. There's an awful lot of thinner on that brush. But I think that's actually good. Yeah, recoil. I mean, we're joking around, right? Have a little bit of fun. But I do think it's legit, right? I mean, we're not looking to make casts or anything like that. We just need something to paint. And in that case, I think the 4K, at least for now, will definitely do the trick. So here, trying to catch a little bit of the lighter stuff, but I don't want to mute that too much. This up here, what is going on with this thing? Well, mold lines also, that's what's going on up here. Maybe that'll help too. Trying that. Oh yeah, we've got this that violet there. Was it the Mars violet color? So it's really not a purple color. It's sort of a brownish color that's got a tiny tinge towards something like purple. Another separation there. Something there too. Yeah. Anything? I'm looking up there to do any more lights. What about on that hand? I don't think I need to make that lighter. I do think actually that might be more interesting if I was to do something in the shadow range. Yeah, that's brush is all frayed there. Let's reconstitute that. There we go. Yeah, when in doubt, sometimes you just gotta make things darker. Yeah, that did the trick there, making that a little darker. Okay. The wolf here, really, I mean, it doesn't actually have eyes, so you do have to wonder those werewargs, when they see somebody running around something like this, you would think they would get a little bit displeased by that. Either that, or maybe this is a werewarg that didn't quite do his job. Maybe that's it. And looking at this, I think I might just roll more with the asphaltum here. I mean, there's some what looks like, I guess it's supposed to be braids. I don't know. I'm gonna darken it up first. We'll try to come back with some of the. No, better thin that down. Right there. A little bit more of it up there. Teensy little bit of light along that corridor. And then up here, we did get some decent amount of lights there. Welcome back there, Irid. Irid, I'm not sure if you had a chance to share your Pinterest link before. And here's hoping that you were able to get a bunch of stuff done on your on that jewelry, because again, I know you have a ton of commission projects to do, and hopefully that's you're making really good progress on those. Everybody, please check out that Instagram, or sorry, the Pinterest link there that Era just shared. And please also give Era Wave a follow. Now, I won't be streaming on the usual Saturday, but Irid will be. That's your 7 Pacific time, right, on Saturday? Okay, we got that. I do it again. It's not the blue one, but at least, wow, it actually reaches all the way over to there. Well, we're not going to go that far with it there. Now, I'm glad that you're able to make some progress there, Irid. Now, this is another case. Maybe we do some darkening of things here. Yeah. More darkening here. Right along that line. I wonder if, speaking of making things darker and also edges, maybe that's another thing that, oh yeah, that is, okay. That made a big difference right here. And darken that up. This, boy, these wrappings, again, I don't know when that got to be a trend. When people, so I guess there was the buckle trend, where you literally had miniatures that were just buckle golems. It was an entire miniature made of nothing but buckles. That trend lasted for a while. I don't know if that's really still as much of a thing as it was, but boy, that was really a thing for a while. I don't think I've gotten as dark as I can up there. No, we don't want to mess with that. This down here, maybe a little something. Ah, this is where we need some of our darker blue. Prussian blue might just do it. Okay, fine. A little bit of the Payne's gray too, I guess. Now that, oh yeah, there's some little raggedy things over here. I see. We're gonna try to do a little fixing on those. Also, that is in need of some of our darker edges. Same thing over there. Okay. Silver's blue might just do the trick right here. I'm back to our blending brush. And we'll do something just like that. Hey, Nerifil, how you doing? Well, happy Friday to you, Nerif. I'll shoot you some messages tomorrow just to kind of fill you in on some stuff. Yeah, a few messages for sure. So, Nerifel, I hope that you have yourself a good night's sleep. Oh, here's the blue one. Hopefully this one actually is... Oh, yeah, there we go. So, yeah, that we could have been using that one there. So, Nerifel, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Have yourself a good one. Blending brush again. This is another area here where we're just gonna let the Severus blue do some mixing there. Nerifel attempt. Yes, and we never really talk about the degree of success or lack thereof. Usually the lack thereof, right? So thanks again, Nerifel. Appreciate you being here as always. Okay, yeah, more of that. Me take a look see at one of the older shields. I might. No, I've got my oranges in there. Yeah, I think we're all right. There is a little bit here on the here. Let me maybe take the asphaltum, some of the Mars yellow deep, because there's a few areas here where it just kind of goes from really really dark to insanely light without a whole lot in between. That seems to help actually. Yeah, Nerifil, that's boy, that's there's a bunch of us here between Blades and you and I. It's this, yeah, okay, we've got ourselves maybe a couple hours of sleep, and those probably aren't a couple of, what would you say, high quality hours of sleep. Probably very rushed, if that makes any sense. Oh, yeah, here we'll do the darkening of that. Now, here we're going to go to this. So, and maybe even darken that a smidge here. Where's our orange again? So kind of this light, dark, and then light again. I might even lighten this. Think of it almost like the horizon line here that we did on the shield boss. And we'll do the same over here. So again, that kind of light, then a medium, then a light, and then back to the dark here. As we do something like this. Now back in here, we did do the... I'm going to actually go a little bit more here with that... come on. Silver's blue. Because it's, again, reflecting this blue cloth over here. Also there. There we go. So again, all that blue, that really light blue, can't be sitting right next to this and have absolutely no influence on it. That does not make any sense. This, oh, I see what's, oh, you know what? That's what I'm going to do. Another changeola here. We will do a change, then that's going to really, yep, it's going to be way easier to make this work. Just we'll do the blue there. Why not? Is this going to be, well, we can go a little lighter than that. Also, too, there's a huge surprise, a mold line there. So recoil, the how we get spoiled with the 3D printing, right? Where okay, you know, maybe there's some support nubs to deal with and other things that can happen. Well, like okay, after we're done here, I've got to get down there and I have to finish curing a whole big batch of well Nazgul print, and then I have to, it's that what is that 1/12 scale AON, and then I've got to clean out. Obviously, the again resin, right? You have to. It's not something you handle lightly. I mean, maybe at some point it's not going to be that way, but that time is not now. No, I can't really mess around with that anymore. That's just. And again, the Severus Blue is one of those where I'm going to have to take the Army Painter Anti-Shine here and just do a little bit of light brushing on there. That's it. That's all it's going to take. And let me see if we've got one here that really does. Yep, you can see it right there. So again, that Severus Blue is, and here too, it's just kind of, it's shiny. The rest of it, a lot of the other colors they're not shiny at all. But the Severus Blue, it's just that way. Like this one here, this is really not going to need any uh, of that stuff because all of those colors, those are going to dry nice and matte. And that's generally how a lot of the oils are. There's only a few of them. Phthalo green is one. I think quinacridone magenta can be that way too. And that's another reason we advocate the color charts because that also does show. You'll be able to see which colors trend and when they dry. Do they have that bit of a sheen to them? I mean, some folks might actually like that or whatever, and that's fine. I know a few that actually do like the fact that it does dry shinier. Let me. I got to come back with my darker Payne's Gray on that bottom edge up there, and then this edge too. We never did get that one. Again, it's a little. So the Conquest figures, there can be a little bit of a roughness to some of the sculpting, and sometimes one detail just sort of bleeds into another instead of clearly being defined. It's one of those things. Okay, I think we've got that pretty well set there now. I also have to think, we got this big old object here. It will be casting, right, shadows that way. So certain parts, we let them stay darker. That yeah, that needs to be a little lighter right there. Let's do that. Some of the more of that Mars Halo D. Actually, I might see if I can't grab some of that. No, it still has to be lighter. Ah, there we are. This in here, I'm also going to see if I can't. So we do that. We take this. This is, again, where the oils make things just so much easier, right? So I got that light blob there. Here, let me get this brush out of the way. And we're going to do a little bit tap, tap, tap there. Look at that. So you're saying you want to paint a whole bunch of layers on there to make that gradually lighter, or again, you just do something like this to plop the paint on there in the first place. We take this brush and we spread that around. That to me seems a whole lot easier. I think it's definitely a whole lot easier because, well, that's all done. So I'm just going to use that as my guide there. The fact that, well, that's all done. I will try here with the Perline Red to come back into there because we have some rosiness on that jam. We didn't maybe really do this one unless, oh, there might have been a raid at that time. And of course, we do appreciate all the raids. We had a few of them. We didn't quite have a, what was a triple raid like we had a few streams ago. 3 of them in rapid fire succession. Still swear that there was some conspiracy that was planned. Okay, one last little bit of our dark there. See if I can get that past that tree. That's okay. That's gonna need to get some coverage there. We're gonna take our Severus Blue and chuck it. There we go. So that was one of those areas where the I tried doing the thing with the plastic glue to try and, well, basically fill in a seam. Okay, yeah. I was wondering, it's like that doesn't really seem like there should be a fold there, and if it is, it's a really raggedy fold. No, that wasn't a fold. That was just a gap, which has now been filled. But, oh geez, well, now that it's almost 3:30, and it's been almost 5 hours of doing this, and I got to do all that printing stuff that we just mentioned, I'm going to, I think we'll head over to Kate Creates, because Kate is streaming right now. So we want to thank Armored Wolf for doing those moderations. Thanks Recoil for getting us to that, almost to a level 2 hype train. Appreciate that. Thanks for all the follows. We appreciate that because where we at here? I think we're maybe about, are we less than 70 away? I think we're now maybe about 70 away from reaching the 9K mark. So I appreciate all the follows. And thanks again, Armored Wolf. Yeah, actually, Arid, that's some of my favorite stuff in the world. Oh, no, I thought you said epoxy sculpt. Sorry. I've got a few different things that I like to use. There's the plastic putty. I really do like that. A few folks make a version of that. And actually, the epoxy sculpt works well. Heck, even Daz air dry clay. That is something that I will be in a video that I'll probably be filming in the next few days. We'll be using various things to do gap filling. Yeah, I can imagine you doing all kinds of fantastic stuff with the epoxy sculpt on all the jewelry for sure. And thanks again. Appreciate that, Recoil. And of course, again, everybody, please give Arity Camwife and Recoil 13 some follows there because both of them will be doing some streaming again this coming weekend. So please go do that. So thank you so much, and of course, everybody, please thank Armored Wolf for doing the bestest moderation on the Twitches there. We didn't get quite as assaulted by the bots as we have the last few streams. So yeah, actually, I have an entire I have an entire bust that I sculpted with it. I can't quite reach that just now. But later, let's do a quick review of what we got here. Yeah, Aaron, it's been absolutely, and they're the old style ones too, right? They're the old timey bots. So here again, some object source lighting there. And then we have all of our golds here again to, at least for now, these are all of the Valkyrie miniatures that we had prepped. I'm going to get the raid countdown going here. So thank you so much, everybody. I really appreciate that. And what we'll be seeing on the stream tomorrow, we might be doing terrain. I'm not quite sure. We might be doing some more of our Candish yurts tomorrow. So thanks again, everybody, and I will see you then.